Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the July 8th, 2025 council meeting to order at 5:34 p.m. First item is the announcement. Councillor Hunt.
It is a great sadness that we pay tribute to Grant Parnishin. Grant was not only a colleague, but a true friend. The municipality took over St. Andrews Airport in 1999 from the federal government and was managed by the Reeve councillor and a CAO, plus a few citizens that was on an advisory board, one of them being Grant. When I joined the board in 2002 as a councillor, Grant had already become the chairperson. With his skills, dedication, and leadership as chair, the airport quickly grew into a safe, sustainable operation for the municipality. After many years of red ink with the federal government, it wasn't long before the black ink started to appear, a trend that still continues to this day. Thank you for your dedication, countless ways, big and small. You've made a difference. You will be deeply missed. You left a mark on the airport that will never fade. Farewell, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Feeblecorn for the land acknowledgement, please.
Yes, I'd like to acknowledge that the rural municipality of St. Andrews is located on Treaty 1 territory, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. We respect the spirit and intent of treaties and treaty making and remain committed to working in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in the spirit of truth, reconciliation, and collaboration.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Be it resolved that council adopt the agenda as presented. Is there any additions or amendments? Then as presented, could I have a mover, please? Councillor Slaker, seconder. Councillor Hunt, all in favor? Carried. Planning and related delegations. Welcome everyone to the planning hearing tonight. I'll read the rules. This is how we will proceed. The hearing will proceed with Red River Planning staff. Ms. Esmond will present the application. The applicant will then make a presentation on the application. Those registered in support will make a presentation, and then those opposed will present after that. The applicant will then have the opportunity to respond to comments or concerns raised by council or presenters. At the end of each presentation, council may ask for clarification, but will not enter into debate. And please note that all persons speaking must address the chair. One at a time, you'll be called upon. Over talking those who have the floor is not going to be tolerated. At the end of presentations, councils will close the public hearing. Once the hearing is closed, there will be no more presentations accepted on the matter, and discussion will be amongst council, not with the audience. Council has also been given a written copy of these rules. So thank you, and we will now proceed. First item is to open the public hearings. Be it resolved that council hereby open the public hearings for the following planning application scheduled for July 8th, 2025. Conditional use number 2025, variation order number 5125, 5725, 5825, 5925, 6025, and 6325. Subdivision application number S243092, which is an amendment, and subdivision application number S25-3105. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Dornbos, seconder. Deputy Mayor Murek. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. For the first item will be conditional use number 2025-99 Mareki Road. Ms. Esmond, could you please proceed, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for sure. Okay, so this is a conditional use application CU 2020-25, located on 92 Mareki Road, and purpose of that application is to legalize an existing contractor's establishment, indoor storage space for trucks and construction tools in agriculture restricted zone. As per zoning bylaw of St. Andrews in A agriculture zone, contractor establishments are conditional. That's why it's proposed as a conditional use to storage space with the 3 existing accessory buildings for trucks, trailers, and skid steer loader and tools needed to operate a family-owned construction operation. Here we can see a location map of the subject property, and also an applicant's site plan that he provided for the storage, for the business tools, for the future constructions and conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This conditional use is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require new approval. Applicant owner obtains all required permits from our RPD and municipality if required. Hours of operation shall be limited from 8 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. Monday to Friday, and exterior storage of vehicles, equipment, and materials associated with the contractor's establishment must be fully enclosed with a privacy fencing. A vehicle parking associated with operation, including but not limited to storage, staff parking, equipment, trucks, and trailers must be contained out on site and must comply with RM of St. Clement zoning bylaw. This condition does not restrict personal vehicles for residential purposes. No parking shall be permitted on Miraki Road. Applicant owner shall be responsible for the cleanup of any debris along roadways resulting from a building construction, site development, or business operations to satisfaction of RM of St. Andrews. And applicant owner shall maintain the site and adjustment areas in a clean and orderly manner such that it does not become unsightly. An applicant owner shall obtain and maintain a valid annual business license from RM of St. Andrews, and applicant owner shall obtain a lot grade permit from municipality prior to the construction of the proposed dwelling. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all that I have here.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for the planner?
Yeah, I think that should say 4:30 PM, not 4:30 AM.
Oh, well, let me check that. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
On the
you.
resolution itself, it says 4:30 per PM on the resolution itself,
Yeah.
but thank you. Okay, Zane or Gavin?
Yeah.
Sorry, do you have any, would you like to speak to the application?
I think everything.
Could you come to we're being recorded live, so if you could just
Sure.
go to that microphone there, please.
Well, first of all, everybody, it's very nice to meet you guys. Thanks for having us. So basically, we just have a small family-run construction outfit. Myself, my father over there are the main employees. And we'll just have some light equipment parked in the yard as outlined on the PowerPoint presentation that we just went over. If anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know.
So you don't have any customers coming to your yard, you go out.
Never any customers, no, all work's conducted off-site.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Very good, thank you guys.
Okay, Steve? Where's Kara? Do you have any, you're in support, do you have anything to add?
Just if I may, I just yeah. One of the items stated that a privacy fence is required
Yes,
or will be required. Is this something that has to be built? Or it's required from a neighbor?
no, it would be exterior storage of vehicles, equipment, and materials associated with the contractor's establishment must be fully enclosed with privacy fencing. So that would be on your property, that would be a condition of yours.
That would be a condition of mine,
Yeah.
not the Red River Planning Board doesn't require that.
Yes, That's one of the conditions of
So
approval.
that's one of the conditions of approval is the fence,
Yes,
just to enclose the vehicle or around the whole property.
Braden, can you add?
Just vehicles.
Further submitted site plan, all exterior storage of materials, equipment, and business-related vehicles to be contained either behind the structure at the back, the shop, or enclosed in privacy fence.
Oh, right,
Doesn't need to include the entire property, no, just the portion where your business operation is in the back.
right, okay.
It's
Okay,
not
that's-
visible from the road, per se.
Right. Yeah, no, that's all I wanted to
Oh,
verify
okay,
that
right, okay, thank you.
it'd be all around the property. No, thanks.
Yep. Zane? You spoke already on both sides. Anna Polinsky. Nothing, Ted? Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, next item is variation order number 512513 Bile Drive. Madam Planner, proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so the next application is variance application VO 51 2025 located on 13 Bell Drive. And the purpose of that application is to create a maximum accessory to increase the maximum accessory building unit area and maximum accessory building height in order to allow a garage to be constructed in a rural residential zone. As per zoning bylaw of St. Andrews, maximum accessory building unit area is supposed to be 1,200 square feet, and they're proposing 1,325 square feet, and maximum accessory building height is supposed to be 15 feet, and they're proposing 15.583 feet. Here we can see area location map of the subject property and some site plan from the applicant for the proposed garage. Some elevations here also. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval, and applicant owner obtains all required permits from us and RM if required. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions of the planner? Okay. Tyler, I apologize. Tyler Dimitro,
Yes,
is there a need like that?
I can address. Good evening. So the structure is actually replacing an existing structure that was on the property that was a fire loss. As you can see from the blueprint with the site plan, the actual structure is within the 1,200 square feet. It's only under Red River Planning's rules that the extended carport from the roof line puts that value over the 1,200 square feet. That's why I'm asking for a variance. Both other adjacent properties that do have detached structures are approximately just over the 15-foot limit. So it does fit within the basically neighborhood aspect of what Eric's looking.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? The applicant? No. Okay, thank you. Doug Franklin, says you're here for you're in support. Do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Next item is public hearing for 8 Deer Rapids Drive. Madam Planner, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a variance application VO 57 2025 located on 8 Deer Rapids Road, and purpose of that application is to increase the building height of an accessory building, the number of accessory buildings, the building area of an accessory building combined floor area, and to reduce the front yard setback to an accessory building in order to allow a garage to be constructed in a rural residential zone. As per zoning bylaw of St. Andrews, maximum accessory building height is supposed to be 15 feet, and they're proposing 16.5. Number of accessory structures supposed to be 2, and they're proposing 4. A unit area is supposed to be 1,200 square feet, and they're proposing 1,900 square feet. Combined floor area is supposed to be 1,200 square feet, and they're proposing 2,677.5 square feet. Front yard setback for an accessory building is supposed to be 75 feet minimum, and they're proposing 5. So location, air location map of the subject property we can see here, and applicant site plan with front yard setbacks and proposed structure, some elevations here too, and conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval, and applicant owner obtains all required permit from us and RM if required. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions of the planner? Councillor Slaker?
Everyone has the 75 feet setback. If you let this only be 5 feet from the setback, doesn't that affect down the road, any kind of road work or anything that would need to happen?
It might.
Definitely, because we do have some old established properties where the setback is not the 75 feet. And I have seen where people have had to move buildings and stuff like that because of the road. That's just, I've seen that in my 20-some years of living in St. Andrews. So that would really concern
Well,
me.
that would be a question for the applicant. It's questions of the planner. Any other questions of the planner? Okay, to the applicant, Kevin Schumacher, would you like to speak to your application?
So the site plan's 5-foot setback. I just matched what the gentleman across the road from me just built last year. And I used the exact same setback as he used. So that's why the setback is what it is. So in relation to the road, he's already built a garage that's 5-foot setback. And that's at number 10 Deer Rapids.
There's a ditch there and everything, isn't
Uh,
it? It's a little bit of a
Councilor Mondor.
swale.
Councilor Mondor, Councilor Dorbo.
So this satellite image is old because I know that across the street from you, that garage has been built already. Is that
Correct.
approved? 2023, I think we did.
Correct.
If I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, it's not 5 feet, it's
7
7 feet,
7
right?
feet.
So it's a 7-foot setback. So, and I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm fine with 7 foot. I thought it was 5 feet, that's all.
Councilor Mondor.
I just think it should be further back than the ditch. The ditch is more than 5 feet wide, so. I would suggest that we move that back a little bit more than that.
Councilor Hunt.
Just a
It's
suggestion.
still within the property line, so that's, is right, like I say, that's why it's a variance, is because it's varying it from the property line. So we're never gonna go into the property line with that ditch. So when the other side is the same, so I'm okay with it.
Do you know how large our neighbors, how high that goes? It's pretty high.
This is 32 and a half.
Okay, is that, okay, so you're about half that.
Okay, because I in our package, Walter Street, we're coming forward as a proposed number lot, I can't remember the number lot, subdivision. And the plan for that was that Walter was gonna be extended. Cause Walter goes a little bit farther than your property, the end property, it was gonna be extended to Guznovsky. So what I read on here, if it's 5 feet, that will interfere with any future roadway.
Mm-hmm.
And so the minimum should be 7 feet,
And that's
The
fine.
other
I'm
neighbor.
okay with 7. 7 feet's fine.
just so you're aware.
Yeah.
Okay,
I understood my neighbor John had 5 foot, so that's why I went 5 foot. But if it's 7 feet, I'm fine with 7 feet. Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
any other questions?
No, other than the fact that, yes, I agree with that and perhaps we can accommodate this, but
Okay, Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Leslie Renella, you're in support? Is there anything you'd like to say?
No. But
Okay. All of you here today should be doctors. Apparently, these names, I'm sorry. There's a 18 something Cove. Grady or Beverly?
Brady,
Grady.
Yeah.
Is there anything you're in support? Is there anything you'd like to add?
nothing further than.
Somebody, I'm sorry, 101, 125, Bill Dance,
Austin.
Austin. Oh, okay, is there anything you'd like to add? It shows you've checked off your in support.
Nope.
Randy Bernstead,
Yep.
you're here for information and support. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Nope.
Okay. Chris Lalonda. Would you like to speak, please?
Thank you. The application is to open the business in a residential zone area. And I know there are $1 million houses in that area, and I think it would destroy the value. There's an industrial zone area across from St. Andrews Airport. There's a landscape materials site on Highway 59 and 27, that's Parkdale Road. So that is available to the community already. There is no direct access from Deer Rapids to Highway number 9. And I'm not sure, but I don't believe that Wisnowski Road and Deer Rapids or Ridge Road are constructed to carry big trucks with landscape, gravel, rock, stone on a continual basis. I live in Wisnowski Road and I don't want the big equipment going past my driveway. I'm destroying the road that I walk on and drive. There's no each.
Oh, sir, you're on the wrong one.
That's the next one.
Is that the next one?
This is for Deer Rapids
The
Drive.
other one is 7
Number
Deer
8,
Rapids.
Deer Rapids. This is for number 8. The next application is number 7, Deer Rapids.
Okay, I believe I signed up to number 8. You called my name?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
This is just for a
Yeah, I
variance
know,
for a
it's a bit
garage.
confusing here. You've signed up for
Number 7 Deer
number
Rapids.
8, but you should be signing up for number 7.
I believe you signed up on both.
Oh, yes, you did. Okay, so if you just want to wait a minute, we'll hear what you're saying now on the next application.
Okay, I just got a couple more sentences.
Yeah, but what you're saying now doesn't apply to this here.
Call me back then, thanks.
Well, that'll apply to Darlene as well. Yeah, you're on the next one too. Tom Harrich.
Evening, I'm number 6, Deer Rapids.
No, we got an 8 or a 7.
So,
Right.
yeah, but you're on number 8, right?
You're right.
Okay.
And that's one we want to speak to.
And what is
Speak to
your
both.
name?
Rod Coghlan?
Oh, okay, Rod and Darlene.
Correct.
You're in opposition. Okay, all right, go ahead, please.
First of all, there's no 2-story houses on our street. And I question the measurement of the height of the building because it's my understanding the measurement is mean to average from the wall to the peak. So the actual peak of the building is higher than what is applicated for. I don't have a huge problem with that. My problem is if there's any windows facing us from the structure, as he's gonna put a second floor in the garage. And I don't want any windows facing us. As the garage that was just mentioned on number 10 has windows facing us. And I would just like to submit a photo. And this is about 400 feet away from our backyard. And if I known that this thing would have been that big facing us, I would have never let this happen.
What number?
I'm a number 6, okay? And this is 400, this is number 10. So Kevin's garage will be in front of this. I'm not sure how high, he's saying 16 and a half. He couldn't have been 22 maybe with the grade. I'm not super concerned about the height because there's enough trees to block both of it. However, I don't want any windows facing our yard, okay? And this is on number 10. This is the next lot past number 8, okay?
Okay.
Get that? This thing is 32 feet high. That's ridiculous.
Did we see the picture of the garage?
That's a garage. That's 32 feet high. This is 400 feet away from ours. So this is the lot past number 8, okay? So that's only my real concern with this project is the windows facing us at that height, to be over the tree line. So if there's no windows, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Valentina, could you put the picture up, the structure, the proposed structure back up on the screen, please?
And I'm just checking the bylaw about the mean heights. Surface of latitude, height between the bottom of leaves.
Oh, that's big.
Okay, so we're, the applicant, Mr. Schumacher, could you answer the question? Is there going to be, are the windows going to face the last speaker's property?
The only windows are where that overhang is, where the door is, that faces Deer Rapids Drive, so it does not face Darby's house at all. And the overhead door faces my neighbor John's, the 32-foot high garage, so there's no windows facing their house at all.
Okay.
And it's not a second story building, it's only a 12-foot wall.
Okay. So, Mr. Coughlin, does that answer your questions?
Yep.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Tom Harridge?
I'm good, I was just for information.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any other further comments or questions? Councilor Slaker?
I just have one question to the property owner. This will be your fourth storage structure or accessory structure on your property. Do you plan on taking one or two of the old ones down when you put this up, or?
Where this building is going, there's currently a shed there, and the shed goes.
So you'll have 3 outbuildings on your property?
I'll have. Yeah, it's in the site plan, but there's a detached garage. I guess the pool is considered an outbuilding, is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
So then, yeah, the pool and the garage, sure.
Okay, thank you.
So there's still, it's proposed, Councilor Slaker, in the package, but there will be 4. 2 max are allowed, but there will be 4.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that's what I'm reading, but he's telling me there will now be 3, that they're taking one down. That's my question.
Thank you. Next item is variation order number VO 58/2025, 7 Deer Rapids Drive. Madam Planner, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a variance application VO 58/2025 located on 7 Deer Rapids Road, and purpose of that application is to increase unit area, combined floor area, height, and number of accessory structures requirements in order to allow a garage to be constructed in the rural residential zone. As per zoning bylaw of St. Andrews, maximum combined floor area is supposed to be 1,200 square feet. They propose in 1,741 square feet. Unit area accessory structure is supposed to be 1,200 square feet. They propose in 1,500 square feet. Height of the accessory structure is supposed to be 15 feet. They're proposing 20.5 feet. And number of accessory structures is supposed to be 2. They're proposing 4. Here we can see an air location map of the proposed property. subject property, sorry, and here are some applicant's site plan. And garage elevations too. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. And applicant owner obtains all required permits from our RPD and the RM if required. The shed shop, 12.2 by 29.2 feet in size west of the proposed garage must be removed after this variance approval. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all that I have here.
Thank you, council members. Anybody have questions of the planner, Councillor Barnboss?
I don't see a other structure on this satellite map here.
Right here, that one
No.
supposed to be removed. You can see my,
There in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions, council? Okay. Mike Shrimpton, you're the applicant. Would you like to speak to your application?
No.
Kayla McLaren?
I'd like to ask the applicant a question. I see here your business is a paving stone business. And the gentleman that spoke before, you're not, and you're using this for personal storage only?
I don't have a paving stone.
Your letter of intent, or is that the people building it for you?
That's correct. Yeah, that's the contractor.
Okay, okay, because it was mention of paving stone trucks coming in.
Right.
So this is for personal use, personal cars. You're not running a business out of it? Okay. That clears everything up. Thank you. Because the letter of intent, like I say, was from the paving stone business then.
Right.
I thought maybe it was a business you had off site.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Kayla McLaren, would you like to speak, add to the, okay?
Thank you.
Brady. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, yes. You're in sport. Brady, 19 something cool.
Yeah.
Did you want to speak?
I'm okay.
Austin?
No, I'm okay.
Leslie Ranella?
I'm just speaking with regards to contractor, and to mention that it was high, a little higher than the other one, because we're doing both. But it's because there's also going to be a car lift in there so that he his valuable cars, so that's where the height is requested for. And again, you know, with regards to number 10, you know, they've got a lot of height there and way more than we're requesting. The other thing that we're doing is we're putting in landscaping, so some gentle landscaping in some parts, and in the back part, we're putting some higher trees. And again, there's no windows, so I just thought I'd mention those things as well.
Okay, Thomas Harris.
That's me. Prepared here, so here with a second. It's a little longer than what some of the other people have said so far. So first of all, good evening. My name is Tom Harris. I live at 5 Deer Rapids, directly next to Seth. Coming here tonight was not something that I want to do. However, I must speak and oppose all these variances for the proposed garage on my neighbor's property due to the harm to my family's privacy, property, and our neighborhood. The first major issue is the sheer size of the building, and I'll clarify something. They're applying for 20.5 feet. Red River Planning takes the peak to the eave and calls that, and takes a mean height. So it's not 20.5 feet, the peak is 24.5. And when the case of 10 Deer Rapids, it would have shown as 24 feet when in actuality it's 32. So it's a bit deceiving.
The back right corner of 70 Rapids, where they plan on putting the garage, shares a property line with me. My back left corner, where my family and I take part in various outdoor activities. The most relevant being a very large vegetable garden with plans to erect in the future, hopefully a small greenhouse. My kids also have their trampoline there. We make space for other various games, exercises. My wife and I typically spend time in the garden. This building would cast a massive shadow over the space for a significant portion of the morning, standing at 24.5 feet from pad to peak, as well as a significant fill that will have to be brought in to bring that building up to level and grade into the driveway. So in actuality, from the grass level now, it's probably going to be somewhere in the vicinity of 26, 27 feet. It's massive. So it's going to leave us staring at this structure to the east, a large section of our yard, as the building is also 50 feet long. It will completely encapsulate our living space. Second, the homeowner plans to build a mezzanine in the back of the structure. Whether or not he plans on installing windows now is irrelevant. Once the building is up, windows could be installed at any time down the road. From the second floor of this structure, due to its location, would give anyone a perfect vantage point to peer into our pool, where me, my wife, my young son, my young daughter, and many of their friends swim and sunbathe. The entire day in warmer months of the year. It's settling, fair, and a complete invasion of privacy, to say the least. We would need to erect a massive fence or plant and wait 20 years for the trees to grow tall enough to prevent this from being an issue. Third, my family and I plan on living in this home for the foreseeable future. However, life happens, and should we decide or forced to be sell, potential buyers would not see this potential structure in a positive light. Personally, if I were home shopping and I saw that structure on the property line, I would likely look elsewhere. This could deter many or most potential buyers, and ultimately it would not just have the possibility, but the probability of significantly decreasing the value of my home. I have a statement from Rachel Dixon, Royal LePage, who sold us the house. Hi, Tom. As per our conversation regarding the building that has been proposed directly east of your property at 5 Deer Rapids, this is my professional opinion. I firmly believe that the sheer size of this building, as well as the location bordering your garden, and possibly the choice of use, will directly influence the value of 5 Deer Rapids to the negative. There will be less interest in purchasing such a beautiful property. They notice the shadow and aesthetics of the building. I would suggest that anyone making a decision on this variance should seriously take this into consideration. I spoke with the homeowner at length after receiving the variance application. He was polite, he was very respectful, and I believe understanding. He did try to convince me that none of my grievances would be an issue. Of course, that's simply not the case. I told him it was very unfortunate that he did not speak to me prior to his permit applications. The gentleman at the RM said that is typically the practice. Because I would have said, build it off Walter. 2 out of 4 properties who have corner lots on Deer Rapids and Walter have exterior garages. 10 and it would be 9 on the other side. They are built off the detached garages. They are built off Walter. The third is here tonight. He is building his off Walter. And the fourth is my neighbor and is insisting on building it on my property line. I suspect they don't want it on Walter because its location would impact their outdoor living space, which they don't want to sacrifice for its construction, but they are willing to sacrifice my outdoor space. They are willing to sacrifice my privacy, and they are willing to negatively affect the property value of my home. Finally, according to section 97(1), section B, one could argue parts 1 through 4 would not be adhered to, but certainly part 1, this building is not compatible with the general nature of the surrounding area, with the exception of 10 Deer Rapids off Walter. Part 2, the building will be detrimental to the general welfare of my family, absolutely, and will most certainly affect my property in a negative way, both for the general enjoyment of our property, casting shadows on our garden and play area, obstructing our views, invading our privacy, and in a very real financial way. The contractor will argue he approved 10 Deer Rapids and the variance is applied for on that build. They are not my direct neighbor. The major point here is that building was erected on the back left corner of 10 Deer Rapids. It does not affect 8 Deer Rapids in any significant way as Walter Road separates them. It does not affect 12 Deer Rapids in any significant way as it's on the opposite side of the property. It does not affect others on the street as is placed on the back of the property, and the property behind them on Gusnowski has a very nice tree line separating them. The compromise here is if the homeowner of 7 Deer Rapids wishes to construct a building of this magnitude, it's huge, then it should be in their living space that is sacrificed, not mine. I would not have objected if it was erected on the back left corner of their property adjacent to Walter. Otherwise, I would insist they abide by all variances, both height, area, and number of buildings if they wish to construct in the proposed location. I will show you a photo of what this thing will look like from my pool.
Ms. Nesman, could you put the picture up on the screen, please, of the property?
Yeah. That's
RPD location map.
my share nose drops somehow. That one?
No, the one that shows the colored one that shows that it's got RRPD location map.
Right here.
There you go.
That's my pool, yes, just to the left of them. And my garden would be in between the garage and the pool, and I can show you a few pictures here if you don't mind.
It doesn't exist on that.
Well, you're right at the top, number 10. Right?
No, I'm the one with the pool on the left side right now.
7 and 5.
Okay, okay.
They want to put the garage in between their house and the pool, essentially 50 feet long. It's, again, I'd just like to show you this if you don't mind. So this is looking from my pool area. That shed is the one that is to be removed. That shed is approximately 10 foot deep. Okay, so you can nearly triple that, and that's what it's going to look like from my pool, from my garden. There, triple that. It's going to encapsulate that entire area. It's going to be completely shaded. There's our garden, which we've invested a lot of time and money in. And it's just unacceptable to have this size of structure there. So that's the shed, triple it. That's how, so the shed comes down to the ground with one up here, one up here. It'll be higher than that roof line. It'll be huge. Shed in there. I'll show you this. Here, that's the shed. Okay, it's about 10 feet at the feet. You go here, that's from my pool area. There's the shed. Triple it, nearly. Well, no, the shed's there, up. One shed on top and another shed on top. That's how high this thing's gonna be. 24 and a half feet plus grade. So it's massive. I think I got most of my main points out here. I appreciate your guys' time. Yes, thank you. Once again, allowing me to speak. Just to reiterate, it completely contradicts the Planning Act, and the variances are just, it's too much. If he wants to, my compromise, move it to Walter, and I don't have a problem, or abide by the variances.
Thank you. Councilor Durbois?
Before you leave.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Did you talk to the gentleman at number 9? Deer Rapids? The house in between?
No, I did not, and that's, but you know, the gentleman on the other side of Walter you're talking about?
Yeah.
579. I haven't spoken to him, no.
Okay.
But that's not my problem. You know, if he would, maybe he would object to that, but that would be up to him. I wouldn't have an objection to it being on Walter. I don't know if he would. I don't personally know him.
That was just my question. Whether you've had any other conversations?
I have not. I have not. No, I don't know. Never mind. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rod Darlene Coughlin?
Yeah, basically, Tom hit all the points. I would just like to add another photograph. We're across from Tom. And to give you an idea again, where this shed is,
Could you put that picture back?
so this shed, the one with the X on that's this shed here, with the X. And now big square on there, that's gonna be the new structure. So this is coming down, it's gonna be 30 by 50 going in its place. And this is, I don't know, 10 by 10, 10 by 12, I don't know. How little shed is. So it's gonna be 30 by 50 by 26 feet high.
Okay, so that's.
And that's across from us.
Okay, so this road there is your driveway?
This is our driveway and Tom lives here. Tom lives here and this is our driveway right here and this is across the street.
So that shed.
That little shed, the X,
Yeah.
that's going down and then that big square on the picture is going up 30 by 50 by 26 feet high. The house. Well, on the.
Well, they're
the
removing it?
Blueprint, the little square with an X, that's the shed. Okay. And he's gonna put 30 by 50 by 26 feet high, and this is what, 8 by 10.
Yeah, it's fine. So that's coming down. Great big one, 3 times like that.
And there again, I think it might depreciate the value of our house.
Okay, Darlene Coughlin,
Just the same as Rod, thank you.
okay. Chris Galondic. Would you like to speak? You're not on position. Would you like to speak to the matter?
Thank you again. I won't reiterate what I've said earlier, but I'm here today to ask councillors and our mayor to protect the bylaws that we have today and not allow this to go through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, number 11, business. So Mr. Galondic, you're clear, there's no business going on the property.
There will be no business on the property.
There is no business. Okay, thank you. Hey, council members, do you have any other questions? I just have one to the applicant. Would you consider being in line with the others and putting it on the Walter Street side?
So if you look where my driveway is. So the reason we propose it off the driveway there is it makes it much easier to plow snow in the winter. It's easier access to my house, so then it's right across from, we leave the garage and go to the next garage. If I go on Walter, there's no flow to my yard. There's no path there, and that's also our septic field. So then I would have to tear up my septic field before I start building there. So it's just much easier to be right on our current driveway.
Off to your rapid, so you can't, there's nowhere else you could put just a short driveway off of Walter?
Again, it doesn't flow to the yard. There's no back door there. So the way we come out of our house, I want the two garages beside each other so we can just go from one garage to the other. It makes it much easier. And we plan to live there for a long time too. So it just makes it easier to go from garage to garage.
Okay, and is there a reason it has to be that big?
I mean, there's a lot of garages. It's a dream garage. So, I mean, there's a lot of garages in this area that have that size. So.
Can you not make it longer and not higher?
I mean, it could be adjusted, I guess, but
Well,
that was the size that, it leaves me a lot of height for if I want to put the tractor up on the hoist.
Okay, we'll you can have that.
And you have space.
Excuse me. Everything comes to the chair, we'll have that, you can have that discussion at another time. Okay, quick. Council members, do you have any questions? Yeah, I have a question. Okay, thank you. Oh,
Yeah, no, the height is for the lift, so I can put my tractor up on the hoist. I've got classic cars, I've got race car, but motorcycles.
okay, thank you. You know the question.
I will have something to add. If I could before we close this. Is
Okay,
that
one more
possible?
comment. Yeah, sure.
I just want to say, okay, plowing snow in the winter, flow through to my yard. Those are not hardships that should equate to me losing tens of thousands of dollars on my house or have people looking into my pool at my kids or ruining the outdoor living space for me. You're changing over to sewer this summer, not?
Okay.
Well,
That's
you
not
told me
enough.
planned on it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, well, that's not, that shouldn't, the cost shouldn't be reflected on me. It should be reflected on this. town.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move on. You've already spoken, right? Okay. Next item. No, I thought everybody. The next item is 5.3.4. Madam Planner, 20 McIver Lane South.
McIver Lane, I think. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a variance application, VO 59-2025, located on 20 McIver Lane South. And purpose of that application is to reduce the minimum main building front yard and rear yard setbacks in order to allow for a house to be constructed in a rural residential zone. As per zoning bylaw of St. Andrews, minimum main building front yard setback is supposed to be 50 feet in that zone, and they're proposing 43.6 feet. And minimum main building rear yard setback is supposed to be 25, and they're proposing 20. Here we can see our location map of the future subject property and some site plan from the applicant. And some elevation of the future dwelling and conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval, and by applicant owner to obtain all required permits from us and municipality if required. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions of the planner? Okay, Felix, you're the applicant. Do you wish to speak to the application?
Or just like to clarify as well that the property attached to it is also mine. And in the near future, I want to combine them. So I get the 2.5 acres anyways, so I can put a septic field to the land anyways.
Oh, okay, yeah, you've got that in our package. Thank you.
Yes.
Council members, do you have any questions? Yeah. Okay. We'll move on. Variation order number 60-2025, 1076 Lockport Road. Madam Planner, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So variance application VO 60-2025 located on 1066 Lockport Road. And the purpose of that application is to reduce the site area for the conditionally approved subdivision S243072 as a part of subdivision conditions. In addition, the applicant proposed to reduce interior side yard in order for the steel beam to remain in the agriculture general zone. Okay, as per zoning bylaw of St. Clements, A80 side area supposed to be 80 acres minimum, and they're proposing 10.07 acres and 69.4 acres respectively. And in A88 accessory building interior side yard setback is supposed to be 15 feet, and they're proposing 1.5. Here is the area location of the subject property and applicant subdivision application map with details on it. Conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any other changes will require a new variance. And applicant owner obtains all required permits from RPD and municipality if required. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Council. Any questions for Ms. Lennon? Councilor Hunt?
So just a comment, so this is just one of the conditions of the approval of the subdivision, correct?
Of approved subdivision. Yeah, conditionally.
Has been approved, and this is one of the conditions that has to be
Conditions,
met.
yeah.
Point on this map is 1.5 feet.
Oh, it's right here. They have two steel, I think, grain containers. Maybe we should ask applicant.
Okay.
Do you want those moved? Is that?
No, they want them to remain. That's why they're asking a setback of 1.5 instead of 15.
So what's on the next property?
Yeah.
On the other side of it?
Um,
It's hard to tell on our. what we
on
have.
the map, we have nothing, but they're not supposed to map other property though. Yeah. Let us see. At least for now, we have nothing here.
Oh, it looks like bush.
Oh, kind of
Yeah, there's nothing there.
nothing there.
Okay, thank you. Carl, your cue is the applicant. Did you wish to speak to the application?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Basically, the reason for the subdivision is I've retired from farming, and the two steel granaries, I've been on the property since I started farming, which was 40-something years ago. So they are on my property, and they're just not far enough in. Why I'd like to keep them, because whoever's gonna be farming the land, carrying on, I'd like to use them because they're in very usable condition. And that's the purpose of my application, just to get rid of, keep my yard site and get the surplus land subdivided.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions for the Mr. Yurko? No, okay, thank you. Next item is variation order number 63-2025, 96 Wavy Creek Road. Madam Planner, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a variance application VO 63-2025 located on 96 Wavy Creek. And purpose of that application is to reduce the minimum site area, proposed lot and residual lot, and a side width of residual lot for this property. As a part of the conditions within a conditional approved subdivision, S24-3065. As per zoning bylaw of San Andreas, site area is supposed to be 80 acres in A80 zone, and they proposing 3.45 and 5.58 acres for proposed and residual lot. And a site width supposed to be 300 feet, and one of the lots, the residual one, will be less than that, will be, they proposing 73.26 feet. An area location map that's from historical times, still includes creek in it, the property. That's why on the map we can see like two waters inside, the hatched one. This is the water from the water to the land. And
Right to that place.
right here. This is the water, actually. So that's the land.
Okay.
Yeah, I can think, yeah. A bit more than that. Okay, conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends our standard condition that variance is limited to what has been presented, and any other changes will require a new variance approval. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any, Councilor?
So once again, this is one of the conditions to complete a
Yes.
approved subdivision that's already been approved.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, moving on. Next item is subdivision number S24-3092, Calder Road subdivision. Madam Planner?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is subdivision application S24-3092, and it should be written here as an amendment, and located on Calder Road. And the purpose of that application is to create a total 28 lots in agriculture restricted zone. This is a area location map of the subject property. and subdivision application map from applicant. Oh, that one. Oh, God. We have a new map here. Yeah, the one who's been creating slides somehow put it an old map here. I will just redact it after the presentation. So as per zoning bylaw of San Andres, almost all the lots that are proposed, they are not in compliance for the site area, but yes, in compliance for the width, according to the zoning bylaw of San Andreas, that's supposed to be 4 acres big and 198 feet wide. So for the block 1, these are the measurements, and also according to the new SAM that's been proposed, they propose in the block 2 that will include Sell Creek Winnipeg Highway dedicated area. And block number 3 includes the same proposal that will require a variance in the future, as no for a site area and yes for the site width. As per zoning bylaw of San Andres, the requirements are 4 acres and 198 feet, and most of the lots, almost all the lots, are no for the site area and yes for the site width, and it complies to the zoning bylaw. And this is continues here. Okay, our analysis on that subdivision. So the proposed subdivision application appears not to meet the general intent of our RPD development plan. Proposed subdivision is not consistent with above San Andreas according to the site is sizes and the development plan too. After the circulation to the agencies, Manitoba Agriculture and Resource Development raised agriculture heritage concerns for the subject proposal. RPD recommendation. RPD recommends that the application be rejected. However, if council decide to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. Applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from municipality stating that taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus any areas have been paid. Arrangements satisfactory to the municipality had been made too, and the payment of any capital development leaves has been made. Payment of administration fee and service deposit requires as per zoning by law for the preparation of a development agreement and related charges be made too. And applicant owner enters into development agreement with municipality to address items included but not limited to an engineered lot grade and drainage plan, establishing alternative secondary access to the subject property if required, an engineered load plan and profile, positioning of the dwellings and accessory structures for the proposed lots, installation of street lights, signage requirements, a dedication of the public road lands and the lands for municipal services, dedication of the public reserve lands not exceeding 10% of the subject land or payment in lieu, any other standard deemed necessary by municipality. Applicant owner enters a drainage easements with the municipality if required. Applicant owner to provide digital copies of all plans. Applicant owner enters into conservation agreement with the municipality registered as a caveat on the property to address item included but not limited to limiting and restricting tree clearing and removal, tree clearing and planning plan, fines for unauthorized tree removal, and any other item deemed by municipality necessary by municipality too. Applicant owner to obtain variance for lot sizes, and applicant owner dedicate the land without compensation for school purposes, not exceeding 10% of the land. And applicant owner submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreement has been entered. And applicant owner to submit written confirmation from Manitoba Infrastructure and Transportation that the development provides the written confirmation that sufficient information has been provided to our original effects. If necessary, they will have to have a detailed drainage plan prepared by qualified experts. And development provides written confirmation from our department that have received an approved traffic impact study for this development too. Applicant owner submits written confirmation for an engineered drainage plan that has been approved by Manitoba Environment and Climate Change Drainage and Water Rights Licensing 2. And applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas that the easement agreement has been entered to. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all that I have here.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions of the planner? Next one, our administration, Braden, you were going to
Yes.
matter.
Just have some information to share. Yeah. Evening, Council. So I'd just like to start with some background information on the subdivision application S243098. So this application was conditionally approved by Council on April 8th, 2025, not too long ago, and was set to proceed to the RRPD board for final approval. However, one of the municipality's conditions, specifically condition 10, required the applicant to provide MTI, that's Manitoba Transportation and Infrastructure, an approved revised subdivision application map, we'll call that a SAM moving forward, to address MTI's initial objection to the proposal. To satisfy this condition, the applicant prepared a revised SAM. I'm sure, Valentina, you have that as part.
I will adjust it, on our slides.
This updated plan was circulated to RM administration, MTI, and other agencies and received administrative approval on May 8th. However, when it was ready to be brought forward before the Red River Planning District Board, RRPD had determined that the revised SAM contained significant changes from what was originally proposed and presented in April. These included adjustments to the number of lots from 28 to, I believe it's 23, changes to the road layout, and removal of the MTI proposed Winnipeg-Selkirk highway corridor, which is just under 9 acres that was completely taken out of the proposal, all from the development area. All of these changes were made by the applicant to address MTI's concerns, which only became clear after they had initially submitted their application. So given the extent of these revisions, RRPD advised, in accordance with the Planning Act, that the updated SAM needed to be recirculated and brought forward for a new public hearing. So we're here today. The municipality agrees, of course, that the public should have the opportunity to review and provide comments on the amended proposal as presented. We also recognize that there was considerable interest and concern expressed at the previous hearing, particularly regarding the larger forested area on the property. So as you'll see shortly, the applicant's revised layout does aim to preserve more of the existing treed area that was previously shown on the other plan. However, some portions of the forest will still be impacted to allow for road construction, property lines, drainage, swales, those types of things. To help address these concerns, the municipality has recommended the same conditions of approval that were presented in April, which include the agreement, the conservation agreement, which would be registered as a caveat on title and is intended to limit and control the tree clearing, establish the tree clearing and planting plan, and set out any penalties for unauthorized removals from those properties. And of course, any other measures that we deem necessary. So tonight's public hearing is being held to consider the amended portions of the application, giving the public an opportunity to review and comment on these updated plans. So with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Madam Mayor, unless there was any questions.
Thank you. Yes, and to be clear, council's clear, we're only dealing with the amendments. The amended part.
Yeah, so I've uploaded the amended map for all you to see the new layout. Yeah.
So there's called it a bay in there now?
Kind of.
Versus what was there before?
Yeah.
You point out the council what's changed? Can we do that with your?
I can point it out, yeah. Okay. I can show it to the crowd as well. So we saw the previous plan before where it came off of Calder Road south and what's now a cul-de-sac continued south and then went easterly into the forested area and then up to meet Calder Road. Now, in fact, there's two separate roads, we'll call them. One being the dead end cul-de-sac and then another with the Nabini corner and then the cul-de-sac in the forested area. But that tree line just kind of runs very close to the north property line of lots 8 through 12 and 14. So very close to that border. That public road should not affect any of the tree line.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Council, do you have a need for the clarification or any other questions? Council Stipler?
And they've also, because of the 9 acres that we had to leave open for the
Yeah.
someday
That was
highway,
removed, due to the province's
that
condition.
would, till the government decides what to do with that, that would sit as a really nice green space, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'd have to assume that, yes, it'll sit as undeveloped vacant green space for quite some time. I'm not even sure, perhaps when the applicant speaks on it, I'm not sure if they have to sell that to the province or if they're going to hold it. I'm not sure what's been going on with expropriation and things like that for that proposed highway corridor.
Okay, Council, any further questions? Councilor Norval?
How far does that cul-de-sac on the east side go into that tree line? You know, I can't really see that. Maybe that's not a question for you.
I don't know the exact measurement, but just from having looked at aerial imagery opposed to this,
You mean right
essentially when
here?
the road
Oh, yeah.
begins going down into the cul-de-sac, that is entering into the tree area.
It's 200, almost.
200 from public road
13.
to the cul-de-sac?
Yeah.
200 feet?
But formerly a road ran there.
Yeah.
Across the back.
Yeah.
So it's an enhancement for the forest.
Deputy Mayor Moretti?
Yes, I was just wondering, we've got a number of roads. Are those roads gonna be asphalt or gravel? What's the material?
Proposed material gravel for these roads,
Gravel.
unless directed by council if we wanted to see them paved. Calder Road is chip seal, I believe.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You were at the side of the sheet. Question.
It's for information.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you wanted to do
But
that.
I'll do the applicant.
Okay.
Bob Doolin, you're the applicant. Would you like to speak to the application?
Good evening, I'm Bob Doolin.
Could you just, excuse me, we have people talking in the audience. It's really hard for us to hear with all the background.
So on April 8th, our subdivision was approved, and pursuant to the Planning Act, that approval is final and irreversible. So when we changed our plan and amended it to 2 highways, I had asked Derek Eno from Red River what the point of another hearing to review the plan was, because it had already been approved. So what could happen at the hearing? His comment was the individuals in the neighborhood need to review our revised SAM and discuss it. And that's fine with us. That's the purpose of this hearing. And what happened was we amended the SAM to put in the road that highway wanted. We asked them before we made our initial application where they wanted the road and to give it a dimension so that our surveyor could work it into the plan. It took them 3 months to finally give us their PDF showing where they wanted the road. Our surveyor then changed the SAM, showed the road that they wanted a week before the April 8th hearing, and we then sent it to them and asked for them to approve because they had to approve it. And it took them another month before they approved it. And when they did, our initial SAM had an east-west internal road that went along the south end of our lots and dead-ended on both sides of the proposed McPhillips extension. So that should have been a cue that we intended to cross the McPhillips Road Rampas in. They made no comment on that, so I had to ask them, could we cross the road? And a couple weeks later, they said no. So that resulted in a complete change of the layout of our SAM. Ended up with cul-de-sacs. And we lost a lot in the process to make sure that every lot was 198 feet wide and met the area requirements of acres. So that resulted in the change. And before we had the north-south road on the east side, went right from Calder to the bottom of our SAM, and then straight west and out where the existing north-south road on the west side is. So we've had to remove that and put in the road that goes east-west across the middle, and the cul-de-sac. So the changes were a result of MI's requirements, what they wanted, and making sure that we didn't need any other variance. So the purpose of this meeting again is to discuss the salmon layout. And the letter of objection basically goes back to the tree issue. And I have a comment on it because there's some confusion about what a conservation agreement does. So the conservation agreement is what we proposed. We've used it before, and it protects trees. It basically says no tree cutting unless there are consents. So the way it works is we sign a conservation agreement. Braden has precedent. Our lawyer will prepare it, we send it to him. He'll give us the information that is needed on the penalty for people who violate the conservation agreement. And we prepare it, it's registered by way of a caveat against title to the property, along with the time, at the same time we register the plan. So it goes on title, but what we found is just having a caveat pursuant to a document like this on title doesn't protect the buyer, because most buyers don't use the lawyer, don't check land titles, don't know that this caveat is even there. We even found that when you use the lawyer, and the lawyer sees a caveat filed by an RM, he doesn't look at it because he assumes there's nothing substantial in it and it's harmless. So we give both the development agreement we'll enter into with the RM and the conservation agreement to the buyers. So they're going to know about it, that they can cut trees without the RM consent. So the caveat is one aspect of it. The other is the development agreement will have a clause that says there is a conservation agreement. Anybody applying for a building permit not only has to provide the usual site plan showing the location of the buildings vis-a-vis the lot boundaries, but they now also have to show the area that is going to be cleared for their yard site. So how many trees have to be cut in the area? So that development agreement, Braden will send to a Red River Planning's permit department. And he points out, we have input on what goes on with the property vis-a-vis the trees. And so when somebody applies for a building permit, not only have to provide a site plan, they have to show the location, the area of the trees that are going to be cut from the lot. That goes to the RM. And the letter of objection says the RM doesn't have the expertise to deal with that. And had one more other comment on it. Oh, and there's no way to really enforce this. Well, there's actually only 6 lots of the 23 that are fully treated lots. So there are going to be 6 applications that will be involved with the trees that the RM has to approve. And before it even gets to the first building permit application, I think Braden and the RM will have worked out on a 2-acre lot how many trees have to be, what area of trees has to be removed for a yard site. So with 20,000 square feet in total, a 2-acre lot is 88,000 square feet. How much do we need for a yard site? So they'll know that. So it doesn't require any expertise. It's just they're going to look at a site plan showing where trees are being cut, and they have the right to say yes or no. And enforcement, the other issue. Well, what we find is we sell lots, the treed lots, at a premium compared to the other lots because everybody wants a treed lot. So anybody buying these lots, the 6 with the trees on them, wants trees. They're going to be paying more for them. They're not going to go in there and with a chainsaw and remove trees haphazardly. They're going to leave the bulk of the trees. They're going to have to cut the minimum. And so this isn't going to happen. There isn't going to be an issue with anybody. But the RM is proposing a large fine anyway. How do you enforce it? Add it to tax rule. And that's what it's going to say. That's what the precedent said. So there's a fine. And they find that there's a violation. Somebody's cutting more trees than they should. Then the RM can add it to the tax rule. It's not paid. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions of the applicant? Councilor Pivocorn?
Any consideration in the plans there to combine 13 and 14 as a larger lot and and have combine the cost of that as a one lot?
No, we've lost one lot already. You don't want to
Madam Planner, could you put the sound map back up, please?
Can you stop on sharing me, please?
I've just taken it down.
Okay.
Here, Councilor Dornbos?
Nope, that's just one, sure what's that.
Okay, any other, Councilor?
I have a question of the planner before we move on, just a clarification. So in your conditions there, you talk about under go to 2H. On the conditions.
Yeah.
You talk about 10% of the land for the municipality, but then down further under other agencies. We had this once before and I think we took it out. It talks about school division wishing to acquire 10% of the development under section so and so.
Or Lou, yeah.
But is that condition in there anywhere?
We've got two separate conditions from RM and from school division, so for now they're both are in.
So where's that condition from the school division? Because when it comes to it, I'd ask to take that out. I think that's up to the school division to ask for that or the province. If it's for school or whatever, but.
Yeah, we'll have to decide it with RM. Because we have both of them for now. And we have to include them.
I assume it's in there, and we've been in touch with the school division. They don't want a school, they just want the cash. We've worked out the problem. So we'll be paying them.
Number 7.
Number 7, where?
Says applicant owner dedicate land without compensation for school purposes not exceeding 10%.
Oh, you ask, where is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's number 7.
Don't have 7 conditions.
There's a total of 11 conditions
Page 12.
on the resolution.
Okay. Well,
So Councilor Knight, you're talking about 2H, dedication of public reserve lands not exceeding 10% of the subject land or payment in lieu. And then the school one is number 7.
okay.
Applicant owner dedicate land without compensation for school purposes, not exceeding 10% of the land being subdivided according to the Planning Act, section 135(6). Because this is new to us. This
I don't agree with that. I don't know whether.
No, that's something very old, actually. It's almost 2 years there. Yeah.
never had these before on.
We suddenly have got those comments, yeah, and we have to address it.
Does the CEO have a comment on that?
We haven't done that before, in St. Andrews, and I've never done that in West St. Paul. Although we've dedicated land for, a school in West St. Paul that's being built. So.
We've had it in West St. Paul 7 or 8 years ago. We've had it, the Seminole School Division, but they said, no, we don't want a school, they didn't ask for anybody.
Right.
So could I get clarification of Councillor Hunt's comment on number 7 and to H? H is dedication of public reserve lands not exceeding 10% or payment. And then number 7 is
So-
not exceeding 10% now goes to the school. So
Those-
the applicant's having to actually give away 20%.
For now, yes, because it's different purpose for each of them. Yeah, Brayden.
Madam Mayor, if I may, per the Planning Act, they are both 10%. They cannot ask for 10 and 10. So it's the RM and the school asking for 10%. The max that can be conceded by the developer is 10%. So that would look at splitting it up potentially 5 and 5 with the school district and the RM, or 10% for the RM and done for the school, like that. It wouldn't be 10 and 10.
We didn't know that. There's nothing here that says that. Where is that?
It's in the Planning Act,
Is it
yeah,
in the Planning Act?
yeah,
So maximum 10% for both?
correct, yeah.
That's good news.
So who makes that decision and what percent is that a council?
That's a council decision.
We don't have to put that in, what I've done previously is said, let the school division go after these things on their own. We're worried about the municipality. We're worried about getting our 10% from the developer for the municipality. So if we've seen that before, we've pulled that condition for the school division.
Should I be pointing this out to the school division then and saying they have to contact you to work out the percentage between the two of you?
No.
What do I have to do?
We've just pulled the condition before.
So then we would just, there's 11 conditions altogether on the resolution in front of me. So then we would just remove number 7,
Yes.
condition number 7.
If it's a choice of council, does it?
Yeah, and that'll take great discussion.
Yep.
Counselor Sliker?
Do you know yet, sir, if you are keeping the green space property or do you have to sell it to the government?
Oh, the 9 acres that Highways wants? Well, what Highways has done is illegal under the Expropriations Act. They, under section 3, says, an authority cannot, by an act of expropriation, basically object to freeze land from a development without filing notice of expropriation land titles. The purpose of that is you file notice of expropriation land titles. The timing from start to finish is under a year before we're compensated. So MI has been freezing land from development along with McPhillips extension since 1989 with no compensation. And it's illegal under the rural statute, but they do it anyway. And the reason they get away with it is because rural municipalities aren't going to object to MI. So if MI says we object, our municipalities will go along with it. So this land will sit there for years. Apparently they are now starting feasibility study for this road extension.
But so while it sits there, can we put into our development plan that it must be, set up as a beautiful green space?
I wouldn't call it beautiful green space. I mean, if we will, I think, in all fairness, it should be, we cut the grass in that area. That's about it, and pick up garbage. Other than during the lawn there or anything like that, we should have to do that. I mean, we're giving this land to them for now and waiting forever, I guess, until they decide if they're going to buy it.
Okay, thank you.
So you are aware, because we just had a meeting, Councilor Fevercorn, CAO, myself, and the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure. Yeah, what do you say? They're looking at a feasibility study, but it's gonna take a number of years.
Yeah, and they may say no. We have another development on Wenzel a few years ago where they held us up for 3 years over a Wenzel 101 interchange. They decided they didn't want it at the last minute because there wasn't enough traffic going across Wenzel. So they do it all the time. There's probably got millions of dollars tied up that in compensation for people who are getting nothing for freezing their land from the government.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any, Councilor Jarvis?
This new SAM is far better than the last one, I must say. But I'll ask you again, in consideration of amalgamating 13 and 14 together, and I think that would alleviate a lot of angst that's happening at this point in time with these trees.
Well, again, the purpose of this meeting is the layout of the tree issue was resolved when we were approved. We were approved. The approval condition was that we revise our SAM to satisfy MI.
Yeah.
And we satisfy MI.
Okay, thank you.
How many lots did this go?
23 now.
And it was what before?
28.
So they've gone down 5 lots.
Any other questions or comments by council? Thank you. Okay. Carl Durant. Welcome. I understand you have a presentation.
Hi, Braden's gonna just.
Yes, I'm just gonna pull that up.
So. All right, while he's putting it up, I'll just kind of introduce myself. I mean, we all met and, well, of course, but I live at 195 McKenzie Road West, so I have 38 acres. I farm about 10 with a wholesale fruit farm, and then I rent out the rest to a grain farmer. And then I also have 6 acres of the forest in question, which we'll be looking at. And then I've also reforested about 5 acres adjacent in conjunction with East Interlake Watershed District. to address a few of the things which will come up in the, here. You go to the next slide, and there's just an extra. So I don't really need to summarize why it's important to save the forest. I think we already talked about that in terms of biodiversity, beauty for the neighborhood, water retention. Certainly the forest itself, it's about 47 acres over multiple landowners, the Selkirk Community Church, myself, and a couple other landowners, and then this proposed subdivision. It is the largest forested area in the area. You have to go to the east, you have to go all the way to Birds Hill, and to the south, you have to go all the way to the Eastern Park. So it's a massive area, and it's the biggest in the southern part of St. Andrews. Next one.
Little delay.
Yeah, no problem. So, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but also there's lots of members of the public, some who are part of a Facebook group, many who, I work as an optometrist, so I talk to a lot of people every day, and this comes up because I got lots of people that live in Calder Road, Mackenzie Road, whole area in St. Andrews. And so that's something that I can't say I speak for everybody, but I certainly speak for a lot of the people that are part of that. So basically there's three main concerns that we have. The first would be, as multiple councillors have brought up, the fact that when we overlay the map over top of the forest, we'd really appreciate the changes that have been made to move the road further north so that it skirts the northern part of the forest. But as you can see, that cul-de-sac, which is the purpose is really only to connect that most southeastern lot, which is lot number 13. Basically, it's 200 feet of forest plus the width of the road that is going right into the center of the forest. And then the second and third, which Mr. Doolan were talked about a little bit, is certainly the caveat, which we agree, I think should be for houses that are within the forested area, there should be some sort of rules. I just would want to make sure that there is an implementation that the RM or whatever enforcement agency would have. And then the third thing, which hasn't come up yet, was there was mention of tree planting, almost like a reforestation tree planting, and there was very little detail given of how that would be carried out. So, I want to make it really clear, none of the people who spoke, on the April 8th meeting, and I'm sure many today who come forward, we're not opposed to the developments at all. We understand the purpose of council is to grow, to have economic growth for the RM of St. Andrews. We all benefit from that, from services. And we understand that that is important. So we want to find solutions that allow development to proceed while protecting some of our natural spaces. So what we're proposing is suggesting, which would alleviate virtually all of the issues, would be amalgamating lots 13 and 14. Council has made a lot of almost all of the lots within this do not meet the agricultural restricted standard of a minimum of 4 acres. So council is allowing a lot more lots than would be allowed under the agricultural restricted rules. So, sacrificing one lot, yeah, it's a forested lot, but this is, the development is already getting additional lots based on the fact that we are creating variances to allow smaller lots here. But maintaining in yellow is the existing kind of U-shaped road, and the blue would just be where that cul-de-sac was created, basically to serve as a single lot. By doing this as well, it would also allow all houses to basically be built right off of the U-shaped road, which would keep development to the outskirts of the forest rather than the inner parts of the forest, which is the most biodiverse part of the forest. So, in terms of the caveats, that's something that I currently have 11 acres that is under, through the East Interlake Watershed District, is under a conservation agreement. They pay me, I think it's $40 an acre every year. And that, in exchange, the area is a protected area. And I think that would be something that council may want to consider working alongside. I know you work with the Watershed District, lots of other things. I know they are interested in, maintaining areas under conservation agreement, and that might be another area that would be considered for preservation of the forest on the areas that are created. And then in terms of the tree planting, I think I want to make it really clear, and one of the speakers in April brought this up, is that, you know, planting a row of trees, I mean, I've planted close to probably 10,000 trees on my property since 2019, between the reforestation of my own tree farm. And I mean, trees are a lot of work. You know, if you don't maintain them, they die. And it's one of these things that I think to consider planting a row of trees as a replacement of an old growth forest is, I think, ludicrous. And I think that is something that would have to be, I absolutely, you know, welcome more trees being planted. I mean, love to see that, but certainly not as a replacement for simply indiscriminately cutting down forests. So I like compromise. I like to see win-win situations, and I see this as a win for the developer. I think, you know, Mr. Doolin could be developing 22 of the 23 lots, and so there's certainly lots of room for profit, and he's saving a little bit on giving 10% to the arm now, so even better. It's a win for council because you guys get 22 new taxpayers that are coming in there, and you also get to address the community's concerns that we have about this forested area. And it's a win for the community because those of us that live in the area, we may never go in the forest. I mean, I do because I own a part of it, but once it's part of other people's properties, we won't be entering in it, but we benefit from all the biodiversity that that forest brings. You know, migratory birds, for example, that find that forest but then enter into all of our yards. These are benefits that everybody gets. So, you know, for me, it's not just thinking about now, but also this is kind of the legacy of council moving forward in the future. You know, when I was here at the meeting in April, I was with my fiance. We were 9 months pregnant. We were next. And we now have a 2.5-month-old at home, you know, and I see, you know, preserving these areas for us, but also for people like that who, you know, if we cut down all of these areas or we destroy these natural forested areas, they won't exist for our future. So thank you.
Thank you, council members. Do you have any questions?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I believe the developer is already sacrificing one lot because if you look at the size of lot 13 and 14, the combined size is already about 7 acres. And all the rest of the lots are just over 2 acres. So in saying that, he could have made probably a lot 15 there, you know, and all 200 feet with the frontage and brought that cul-de-sac further to the south and got more land. But you know, he's already sacrificing. I think Mario already made allowances to have 2 lots there rather than 3, which could have been there.
But with all due respect, the minimum lot size is 4 acres. So you know,
Not
without a
looking for debate,
variance.
I'm just making a comment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Dorboz.
What's the, thank you, by the way.
Yeah.
Russell, what's the typical tree that's in that forest? Like what's this?
So it's an oak aspen park.
Oak aspen.
So your hardwoods would be largely Baroque. There's green ash and American elm in there as well. Of course, we think of the big species, but what makes a forest is also all the subspecies, right? You've got multiple layers. So you've got wild plum, you've got Highbush cranberry, you have Nannyberry, and then you have all of your lower species as well. But of your big trees, largely Baroque, and then of course you've got lots of trembling aspen as well.
You do a question. Thank you so much and
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Dennis Beatty. Would you like to speak? Do you have anything new to add?
Pardon me?
You have something new to add? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dennis Beatty. I've been a resident of Calder Road for 35 and a resident of St. Andrews for about 50. Anyways, I guess I disagree with the proposal for several reasons. First, it will be a significant increase of traffic, including a lot of heavy-duty septic trucks because they'll be in there every 2 weeks. So from the current status, that definitely is.
Yeah, it's tricky, but we're dealing with the amendment, with this amended plan. We've heard all the concerns around.
Understand that this is a new application, that the previous application was scrapped, that's the way I thought.
It's a brand new work. This has
Okay,
got the
so-
same number. It's
The
same
new
thing.
plan will still cause significant increase in traffic. 23 from 28 is still significant compared to what there is now. And let me start by saying that I don't oppose the development if it were done under the current guidelines, 4-acre lots, 189-foot frontage. Okay, another one of my concerns is the increase in stress on the aquifer, that we are talking 23 new wells that I haven't heard any address. That I know that Gerdau has gone through a lot of work over the last few years to decrease their water usage, and basically just throw that out the window. I disagree because of the destruction of the mature forests. I guess the other thing, and back on, it reduces the amount of agricultural land that's being put in. Whereas if they went with the 4-acre lot or 4-acre lots, the remaining 2 river lots in the back would remain in agriculture. But all the other roads, houses on the lot currently have agriculture behind them. So this year they've moved beyond the distance from the road. And I guess the final point would be that it really destroys the culture of the neighborhood. The people who moved in there moved in because of the large lots, that they weren't looking for urban sprawl. But I guess I really have questions for the council. Like, you know, like, did you guys run on the idea of increasing density in RM? Like, it's strange that, you know, that South St. Andrews here, you're putting 76 townhouses in, and here, like,
That's
what is
irrelevant.
motivating the council?
That's irrelevant. We're dealing with the
Yeah,
amended
okay.
plan.
Well, the relevance of that is what is motivating the council to support
That's not,
somebody
it
who,
doesn't apply to this application before us. Do you have anything to add about the amended site plan we're looking at on the screen?
nope.
Thank you. Jeff, Christie, there's nothing checked off. Did you want to speak? I don't know if you're in support or opposed. Is there Jeff Christie here?
Yes.
Are you in support or you're?
I am not in support.
You're not, so you're in opposition? Okay, did you want to speak to the matter?
Sure.
Do you have something to add about the new amended application?
The amendment, no, I don't. I do live at 154. I just wanted to say that I'm a bit concerned about why the only access to these houses are going to be on my street. Like, why can't they come off the highway? I know this is an amendment thing, but is there any reason for this? Why is all this traffic going to be on one road?
From what we've seen in the developer statement, he had to comply with the provincial infrastructure, transportation, what they required. I do believe the bypass, just like number 9, is a limited access highway.
Sure, but just down the street though, they have the Springs, what is that? The community center there, or church? I mean, that's an access off the highway.
That must have been approved by province, I assume.
Years
That never came before council.
Yeah,
Because
so
it's-
I'm just asking, why isn't it, why can't it be off the highway rather just on our street?
The province isn't allowing any new accesses.
That's what I'm,
Yeah.
but his question is, how did that new church?
It's not.
It's not, well,
It's
if you're.
been there over 20 years.
20 years? I don't think so.
No way. The church on the bypass?
Yeah, it's
No.
only been there 10.
No. See, the RM, that was church property. When it's church property, they don't have to come to the RM for a permit for anything. We don't even know what it's big deal.
Seems a little unfair, doesn't it? Anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Louis Giroux, is there anything you wish to say?
I'm good.
Okay, Adita Bob? Would you like to speak to the application?
Yes, please.
Oh, hello.
Hi. The other presentation.
Pulling it up right now.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak again. I'll try to keep it short as I spoke last time. But even with the new amendments, I don't think any concerns that I raised last time were kind of heard. Next slide, please. So like I mentioned last time, you can see on the map there, the red is the subdivision. And then the blue outlined area is Gerdau. And that is about 580 meters away from the subdivision. The concern here is obviously the old forest area kind of acts as a buffer for the community that currently lives off that road and protects them from any noise or odor nuisances. Next slide. So some of the nuisances, obviously noise related, come from our melt shop, industrial use of fans, our shutter operation, shear operations, mobile equipment, and then unplanned events such as fire explosions. And then odor-related nuisances come from our wheel killing process, fires, operation of shredder, and then the creation of dust. Next slide, please. So the requests to the council, similar to last time, I kind of spoke about a little bit of these. The first one, a caveat against the title to all properties within the subdivision, giving notice to third parties of the proximity of Gerdau steel mill and recycling facilities. And then to address the potential land use conflict through the implementation of conflict mitigation strategies, such as siding off street parking to increase the separation distance between land uses, creating landscape buffers, building masses, or massing, strategic spatial orientation of buildings, placing more sensitive areas to noise further away from the industrial operations, use of sound absorbent materials or reflective materials when building, for example, fiberglass or cellulose insulation, precast concrete sound walls, insulating ceiling panels, carpets, triple pane windows, stuff like that. And then obviously on our site, we have a berm that we kind of use for noise mitigation to reduce the amount of noise going towards that area. So the plan would be to keep increasing that to further reduce the noise issues. But those are some of the ideas that Gerdau can come up with. And obviously, like I mentioned before, the current forested area does help with just buffering the land. Next slide. And I just want to say thank you again. The reason why I speak today is because even with the amendments, I don't see any of the concerns that I raised last time kind of addressed or even talked about. Thank you.
Councillor Slade.
Okay, few comments back here. I think I said the last time. I grew up on Manchester and Eveline. You can hear the mill for all the way down there. That is part of living in the south end of Selkirk and St. Andrews. I now currently, for the past 24 years, live right across from Elder Road.
Sure.
It is the mill noise. It is what it is. We're all very tuned to it. And I had a tour of the mill a year or so ago, and we were joking about the noises that we used to hear, and they were very proud to say that they've done all kinds of things to combat all that kind of stuff. So I will always kind of wonder why you're here trying to make them kind of sound that it hasn't changed since 1979, but it has changed. They've done all kinds of things inside there to make it better.
Do you want me to respond to that? So again, Gerdau is not opposed to development. We understand that's how the world works. And with the noise issues, we've obviously had a lot of investment. We've done a lot of work to actually mitigate our noise issues, and we are proud of that, and we're not denying that we haven't done that. But what my concern is that if community is moving in, they should understand that they're moving into an industrial heavy area, and that they should, basically understand that they're gonna have these noise issues and odor issues. That's why one of the things I did mention was the caveat that actually would address when you actually buy the property, that, hey, you're buying on a lot that is close to an industrial heavy area.
I wasn't aware of the odor part, but what is the radius? I guess it depends with wind, but what would be the radius of that odor you're speaking of?
So odor is really interesting because it's hard to measure, right? Unless you do like actual testing and stuff like that. So we don't really have like a radius where we know that odor flies. But in the past, we've had complaints where people have said, "Oh, we get a smell of." Can't really specifically say what kind of smell, but there's smells coming from the mill, and then we have to kind of go out there and kind of sniff around. So it's hard to say what the odor is, but we can kind of point based on what they're describing, right?
Again, I'll answer for you. I've lived there for over 40-some years. I've never had a smell. Sometimes when the Mandak blows up the cars, we all hit the ground because it can vibrate everything, but that's Mandak, that's not the mill.
Yeah.
So I just find it really interesting that you're here on behalf of the steel mill that has been in Southwick forever and a day. Everybody that lives in that end or this end of St. Andrews, we're all very well aware of it. And if I was to go and buy one of these lots, I don't know, I would go and sit on that road for a while and see what kind of traffic, what the sound. There's all kinds of things that we all do when we go to, especially to build a new home.
No, that's fair. And again, like Gerdau in general tries to build a relationship with the community. And the reason why I'm here is because we would like to ensure that the people that are moving in are kind of, the concerns are considered for them and not them moving in and then going, oh, we keep hearing explosions or odor or whatever. What are we gonna do about it? And then I'll be here again, trying to defend myself rather than trying to be proactive and saying, here are the concerns, can we do something about it to,
I switch. Councillor Hunt.
So I think that's Mayor Sewell and Deputy Mayor Markey, you have both been on the advisory committee from Mandak, which is, Mandak is part of Gerdau as well, right?
Yes.
Or one umbrella company. Are these concerns still being heard very much as what they used to be? Like,
Yeah, I can speak to that. Okay, first of all, these are mandatory meetings that the Gerdau has to have every year. It's part of their licensing agreement. Am I correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so yes, they have made progress in terms of sound. They've bought equipment that is quieter than previous equipment, the older equipment that they've replaced. I believe you also have sound monitoring devices in the area. Do you still have those? No?
No, we don't have active devices,
Active, okay.
but we do noise.
Yeah, whenever somebody.
Studies, yeah.
Okay, and I know you've built up berms in the area. In terms of participation by the community, these meetings are usually held in December, and I attended 3 of them. And there are not a lot of people there. Perhaps at one time there was more people attending it because the concerns were much more significant than they are right now. I think Gerdau has done a good job on maintaining property and keeping the noise
Yeah, and recently we also bought a piece of land that we just keep as.
Okay, right.
And that has, trees and stuff like that that we don't plan on touching. But we always are interested in doing stuff like that where if we can buy a piece of forested land, then, keep it as a buffer. But obviously the opportunity wasn't there this time.
Opportunity to buy 13 and 14.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you have the opportunity to buy lots 13 and 14. Counselor, we'll keep to the matter on half.
Well, I am, but that's not what he's talking about. So where I was going with that, the mill has done a great job, Gerdau has done a great job because that committee's been around for 20+ years, and when it first started, it was bad.
Yep.
And like Deputy Mayor Marecki says, there's hardly anybody attends now, which means that not as bad as it ever was, and now you guys are still doing a great job to do that. And that was when you guys come to the table to buy that land on that street beside the mill there, that was going to be proposed to be a subdivision. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you so much. Hannah Luby? Yes, would you like to add to the present? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I've gotten everybody.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I came a little late and I didn't get to sign in.
Oh, and what
I
is
would
your
like to
name?
speak on this.
Okay.
Carl Buells. I'm a resident of Calder Road. I live on 177 Calder. I am directly.
We received
Pardon me?
Carl Fields 177.
Calder Road.
We received
Yes.
one
both
of the
floors.
emails from you. Do you have anything new to add?
I just want to add about I like the idea of that forest, saving the lot 13 and 14. I live directly north of that. We sit in our yard, we get to see a lot of these birds and the wildlife come through our yard. We have the deer travel right through our yard, and we'd like to continue to see that. Previous meeting, I said, we're not against the development. We'd like to see it stick to the 4-acre lots, but that's not gonna seem like it's gonna happen. But really the push is on trying to save this forest here. My concern with the watershed and that the drainage is we already flood on Calder Road when we get a little heavier snow, like or normal snowfall. We get backups into our yards from the drainage on the roadway. The drainage on this, would that increase the water coming down Calder Road so that more people are going to be flooded?
Okay, but one of the conditions
change
is a drainage.
Drainage, yes, but which way is it going to go? Like
Well,
like I said, I'm directly
that's-
across from it. I'm going to be able to see all these houses right on my living room window.
Anything further?
No, I just,
Okay.
I would like to see the amendment to it to include that 13 and 14 as a key for.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, can I just say one thing? It was Patty B. I'm on 43 Calder, just a short memory. Okay.
Well, you're 143.
143 Calder, yeah. Okay, after the April 8th meeting, I wrote a letter to Mayor Saul and to the planner. And then I spoke, didn't hear anything, so I did speak to the planner. And at the time, I just want to clarify this. She had said that the application was withdrawn. So what does withdrawn means? Remember when I phoned you, because I had sent it and I phoned and you said it was withdrawn. So does that mean like a
Closed.
it's closed? Okay, so but what they're saying is all the change was just the SAM was changed. So what does that? I don't know. I'm just asking. What does withdrawn mean?
Should I clarify?
Yes, please clarify.
So the previous application being stopped for any further steps of approval, and it hasn't been heard in a board meeting. That's why it wasn't approved, and then it's been amended. So on the base of previous application, that application been done. That's it.
I just wanted to recommend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, was there anybody else came in later? Yes, sir.
Yes, Tom Anderson, 191.
Spell your name again?
Don Mender. The
One,
previous gentleman said about the flooding,
sorry, what was your address?
191. Are all the lots that are gonna be adjoining Calder, are the only access gonna be off those roads that are being put in, or are they gonna have access off of Calder?
There's two accesses.
No, there's, yeah, the roads, but are they gonna also have, do they have to have their access to their lots off of those roads? Or will they be able to access off of Calder?
No, there's only two accesses into Calder.
Three.
Into the lot.
Into the lots, right? There's
okay.
lots that run along Calder.
Oh, you mean those? Okay.
Are they gonna have access off of Calder and off of those roads, or are they only allowed to be off of those roads?
Strict.
Because if they're allowed to go off of Calder, that's gonna increase the flooding.
Don't specify that.
Brayden, could you clarify that or the applicant?
So he's asking if the lots would have to be accessed off Calder Road or the new roads being proposed. As it stands right now, anyone could submit an application if the lot was created. But if we want council to specify that driveways will only be permitted on the new roads, we can do so for sure within the development agreement.
Oh.
Okay, that's for
needs to
sure.
be-
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be where your address is, that's where your access.
And I'll remind council that corner lots are eligible for 2 driveways if approved by the Public Works Department. And I believe the applicant would like to clarify something.
Okay, we'll finish with, Mr. Mender. Is there anything? No, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Doolin.
Right, the one lot that was accessing Calder, might have been 3, but sorry, I can see that it's the new, U-shaped road also has an access point, so, Braden's correct, there's no lots accessing Calder directly, they're all accessing the internal roads.
Well, I think we would still need that as add as a condition.
When it comes time for discussion, I can have that worded for the development agreement.
Or we can just put it in the development.
Yeah.
We would, usually you have access where your address is, right? So their addresses would be on the new roads created.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So we would enforce that.
So then there wouldn't be each individual house to clarify. On Calder, there's not gonna be, if there's one, say in the middle, there's 1, 2, 3. Whatever, it's hard to see. There's not gonna be
They
6
would
access.
come off the roads that are being built.
And their addresses would be the address of those new streets, not Calder Road.
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there was a
No,
7 lots.
maybe there's a clarification or. Next item we're moving on to is. Item 5.4.2. Subdivision number S 2531 at 557, 63, and 69 were. Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, this is a subdivision application S 253105 located on 57, 63, and 69 Miraki Road. And the purpose of that application is to create a total 6 lots, no new roads proposed in agriculture zone. And here we can see the air location map of the subject properties and subdivision application map for each one of them. And as per zoning bylaw of San Clemente, each lot in that is zone supposed to be 4 acres big and 198 feet wide. Most of the lots are in compliance. 3 of them actually, no for the site area and yes for the site width. And 1 of them is no for the site, yes for the site area, but no for the width too. So RPD notes of the following: strictly to the policy. This proposal is not consistent with development plan objectives and policies in AR designation. And proposed subdivision is not consistent with the San Andreas zoning bylaw, but undersized area and site width of one of the proposed lot, but all of them are very close to the required measurements and can be brought into compliance with the variances. So RPD recommendations are to reject that application. However, if council wish to approve that application, RPD recommends the following conditions. Applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from municipality stating that taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus any errors have been paid. Payment of the administration fees and services deposits required as per zoning bylaw for the preparation of development agreement are related charges too. An applicant owner enters into development agreement with municipalities to address items included but not limited to an engineered lot grade that ensures that stormwater measurements post-development water runoff is equal or less than previous pre-development. Preservation of existing natural drains, installation of one street lamp on intersection of Byland Drive and Parkland Road, dedication of public reserve lands not exceeding 10% of the subject land or payment in lieu, payment of a capital development leaves for creation of 3 new lots, any other standard deemed necessary by a municipality. Applicant owner to provide digital copies of all plans, applicant owner to obtain on variance for lot size and site width as required, and applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hera that easement agreement has been entered. That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council, any questions of the plan? Councilor Hunt?
So you're recommending not approval, just strictly on policy?
Yeah, exactly.
So the biggest opponent would be Manitoba Agriculture, and they don't show any concerns.
Yeah, exactly. And you kind of can see that all of proposed lot are very close to required measurements, and they're just slightly less than that, but that's why we have to address it.
And as well as conducive with the area.
Yeah, exactly.
So your basic reason for not approval is strictly on policy?
Yeah.
Thank you.
To the north and to the south, they have the same pattern of all the lots that been subdivided like that already.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Is the applicant here to speak to the application? I don't have an applicant. Yes, sir, would you like to speak to the application?
Hi, my name is Peter Craker. I'm in lot 63, the center lot. And I've been there for 50 years plus. I've actually, I've lived to 3 generations of the Norekis. So, and I'm short of, this is 3rd generation. So I'm applying for variance for the 1/4 acre that I'm short, but it's being there for 55 years. I've been mowing the shoulders on both sides right up to Donald Road, and as the fuel prices go up, I've been going back, and most neighbors are filling in where I give up. So I have problems doing my own shoulders already. So it would be appreciated if the municipality would squash that 1/4 acre that I'm short, so I don't need to pay for the variance. That's all my comments. Questions?
Jason, does anybody have any questions of the applicant? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Croker. Okay, Zane Boriscavich.
Just to show no concern for.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Jenna. Okay. Diane Phelan.
No concern.
GR. Rega.
No concern.
Okay. You. Now, those in opposition, we have an email of opposition council seen in our package. Is Mr. Gibbons here to speak to this? Just in case, no. Michael Jurcevic. Would you like to speak to the application? You're in opposition to same?
Yes, I would, please. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity. I don't have any fancy presentation. I just got the letter in the mail on the weekend. So I had an opportunity to review the subdivision application map here. And before I begin, I just want to say, you know, these are my neighbors. With all due respect to their application, I do feel that there are some issues that have been missed in the application that could potentially seriously impact my property. So to clarify and explain where my property is, so my residence is 40 Byland Drive. 40 Byland Drive is a 5-acre parcel of land that borders frontage on Byland Drive and lengthwise along Amber Road, the government road allowance. So this property is 2 properties directly south from what would be proposed lot 6. So in this,
Madam Planner, is that on this map or no? Or is there another map that shows?
Another map right there.
There we go. So you are
Here?
that's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
number
so
38 or 40?
40.
Okay.
So under the subdivision application, it mentions drainage would be through a natural drain. And looking at that color satellite image there, that would be the greenish color, I'm assuming, towards the right edge of the subject property. It's difficult to discern on that image, but that drain runs through my neighbor's property, which is directly on the north side of the government road allowance. And at the low part of that drain, under the road allowance, there's a culvert that goes directly into my property. So the way the land elevation slopes is the water from those lots in that area goes towards that low spot and then travels southward towards the government road allowance. And from there, it goes into my property partially, and then partially there's a ditch along the government road allowance that goes towards Byland Drive. So the water is redirected in 2 directions, partially on the road allowance and partially into my property. The concern that I have is right now it's vacant land. When we do have snow melt in the summer, there's considerable standing water across that whole area, also in the low spot in my property too. And that's something that I was aware of when I purchased it, and I don't have concerns with that. However, you start to add additional development in there, and you have additional trapping of snow. You have, you know, an open area. You have a lot of drifting snow. There could be snow trapped buildings, fences, all of those. It's really hard to quantify that in exact amount. As well, too, if you have, and I'm assuming the intent is to have single-family dwellings on each one of those lots down the road in the future. If you have those single-family dwellings, you have additional uses. It could be, you know, irrigation for property. It could be grass, agriculture, sump pit discharge, etc. And all of that water flow would continue into that natural drain and come towards my property. The difficult thing is the ditching system that runs along Byland actually stops at the government road allowance. So going north on Byland past the road allowance, there is no ditch. So those properties are level grade right up to the road. So there isn't even, as it currently sits, any feasible way to redirect water flow into a ditch along Byland from those 3 potential parcels of property. And so what I'm concerned about is additional water flow coming into my property. And then because of the way the land elevation slopes, my property is higher than the neighbor immediately to my south. And I'm not here speaking on behalf of my neighbor immediately south, but when I initially had built my home there, there was some issue with some pump water discharge from my house and just rainwater from the eaves going into the neighbor's property, and they had some concerns about that. And the only way I was able to address that was to actually go with my own expense and build a swale in my front yard, directing towards the main ditch along Byland, and then just set my landscaping in the front part of my home so that the water would be drawn towards the swale into the ditch and resulting in less water going onto my neighbor's property. But if there's going to be additional water coming into my property, which will then flow into the neighbor immediately to the south. My concern is, whose responsibility is that? Because my neighbor to the south put in a complaint to bylaw claiming the water on my property was going onto their property. So if I am then having additional water onto my property, which then goes into the neighbors to the south, is that then my responsibility to further mitigate that? And how do I do that when I have a number of subject properties draining directly into my land? So in terms of how this looks in general, I had some secondary concerns just regarding sort of the intent of these lots. The area is very much agricultural focused. My wife and I have a couple horses directly across from us running the length of Island. Is my neighbor Tiffany Gibbons. I believe she was the one that sent an email to council today or to planning. And the intent of the agricultural restricted area is to provide an agricultural lifestyle to support and encourage that and create a buffer from higher density development. And this is my first time attending one of these meetings, so I see that there's a lot of changes regarding the intention and use of agricultural restricted land within the municipality. So, I mean, those were some of my concerns, is that myself, my neighbor across, are people going to move in, build homes, and then have concerns that there's livestock bordering them, potentially. But my primary concern is just the drainage. I don't see anything addressed in terms of how the drainage is, and I just don't feel that it would be appropriate for somebody to have a subdivision to sell lots for profit and get material gains from it, well, affecting my property in a negative way. I would like to see more information on drainage. The whole area has a drainage issue. I'm relatively new to the area, but my neighbor, Tiffany Gibbons, who sent the email, she indicated there's been concerns with drainage in this area for a long time, and there hasn't been a lot of remedial work done. And so, I think there's potential for conflict to occur if there's any increased, water flow that results in flooding. I mean, again, I won't speak for other people in the neighborhood, but anecdotally, along Parkland Road, some of the homes, their detached garages have been inundated by water in the spring. They've had over a foot of water actually in their garage. I don't know if they've ever brought those concerns forward. I'm just simply saying that there's a bigger picture at play here than just simply my property. The whole area could use a revisiting in terms of the drainage system and how the impacts to properties are. And I think if we're going to be adding additional dwellings, I think before that happens, we really need to look at that. So that's what I had to share. Thank you for your time.
So just so you're aware, we know that whole area, Marquee Road, Lockport, and that's the bowl of the municipality. And of course,
Okay.
I was a councillor in 2014, and that was a major issue, water. And drainage has not been looked at, but this year, as we speak, we hired a consultant is looking at the whole drainage area in there. But also, number 2, one of the recommended condition is the applicant owner enters into a development agreement with the municipality to address items including but not limited to an engineered lot grade and drainage plan that ensures stormwater management post-development water runoff is equal to or less than pre-development. So there has to be an engineered drainage study done.
Okay, I think that would be appropriate. And I'm not even sure in terms of the government road allowance, that culvert, if that was placed by the municipality or if that was area residents sometime in the last 50 years that placed it there.
No, that would have been done by the municipality or.
Yeah,
Like
it
the
doesn't.
municipality has an inventory of all the culverts in the area.
It doesn't look like a typical corrugated steel culvert. Like it's just like a round tube. Honestly, it looks like an old hot water tank was stuck under that road. But it does, direct the water from all of those properties directly into my property. So, and then with the concerns of climate change and more extreme events, I think we need to take into account the ability to better manage water and to limit or improve water drainage to prevent some catastrophic incident. rather than adding to potential risks. So that's
Thank you. so
that's my
much.
opinion. Appreciate the time sharing that.
Thank you. Okay. You
Can I
want
speak
my-
to that, please?
Did I get it? Yes. Do you have comments to
Yeah.
address?
Yeah, I
Matt?
do. When I first moved out there, my impression was the water did run south. Apparently, years before I moved there was a creek or that run past Parkland and up that way. That's all been dismantled and blocked off, whatever. But the water all runs north from Amber Road.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that culvert, that little hot water tank or whatever is put in there, that could be blocked off. Because the water from there all runs over all the lots right up to Lockwood Road. And I know because I've mowed them. In fact, right now they're mowed. You can see a present picture. I got the water's running all the way north over all the lots, my neighbors here too. And there's a drainage ditch on the 3 lots proposed and on the original lots that we're keeping. Those water all runs north. And Robert from probably Mareki can say that there is a dike on their yard that splits the water. That's the high level. The high ridge goes right through there between me and Amber Road, and the water everything goes north. And the water that builds up on the slough on the north side builds up, and if it doesn't go across that field, it's all level going all the way to St. Andrews. It's all level there. So if it builds up high enough, it goes over the spillway dike that's behind Mareki's yard and goes down Bruno Ditch. That's the only time the water goes down Bruno Ditch is if it overflows. But our water from Amber Road all goes north, and I mow those swales every year in fall. I mow them, so there's no restriction for grass because, like you say, the land is pretty much level. But the water all runs north. Our water does not go south of Amber Road. I've been there for 50 years. So.
Thank you. Any questions by Councilman? Right. One more question.
Can I just add to that?
Okay.
Is that possible? Thank you. I'm not looking to get into public debate here about what direction the water flows. I just want to add that water does enter onto my property. So I think the best way to settle this would be to have a hydrological engineer do a survey evaluation of the area to determine water flow. I'm not debating that some parts water may flow north. I have not been on their property, so I can't speak to that. But I do know that on my property in the spring or during times of heavy thunderstorms, heavy rain, water comes from that culvert flowing from the north to the south on my property and also runs along the government road allowance to the ditch along Island Drive. So that's my observation. What happens on the north end of the properties, I can't speak to that, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. And again, one of the conditions is the lot grade and drainage plan.
Yeah, and preservation of existing natural drains too. Yeah.
So I have no one else registered to speak.
I've got a question. I actually didn't.
Are you registered? What is your name?
Andretti. Again, Carlos Andretti. We didn't get
Did
this.
you
letter.
want to come to the microphone, please?
Yeah, this letter ended up on Poplar Road. It was, it went to somebody that we know that lives on that road finally
Okay,
gave
what is
us
your
this
first
letter.
name?
Yeah, so anyways, we.
What
did
is your
find-
first name?
Maria Andretti,
Maria, and your address?
52 Mareki Road.
And you're in support or in opposition?
Like I've got some questions because first of all, it was really, just looking at this map, I wasn't even sure where. I thought it was in front of our lot, this lot, but I understand it's Pete. So I'm trying to understand. Where do we fit in here? Like we're 52 Mareki Road.
Right at the corner.
Okay.
So it's your.
Right, so I'm trying.
So could you address your questions to council?
Okay, so these, I'm trying to figure out because it says here, no new road. So I'm trying to picture these lots. How do you get, like, if somebody was to build on those lots, how do you get in there? What road do you go into these lots?
Amber Road,
Amber Road.
or Land Drive.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it's planned right.
So we're off of Belan Drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Is
go
it
down
Barb
Park
already?
on Land Drive.
Okay.
Okay, so it's that way, yeah, because when I was looking at this one, we finally got it. It kind of looked like it was in front of our house. You know, so I didn't even know it was.
Okay, do you have any other questions about the application?
The only thing I have to say is, you know, we should be keeping into these 4-acre lots. You know, and I guess, they're trying to, it sounds like, 2 of them can be split into 4, except for 1 would have to be under the 4. And I guess if you start approving these, less than 4-acre lots, then what's to stop in the future people that have less will want to, you know, jump on this and say, well, you approve that, and before we know it, because we have some neighbors that wanted to subdivide, you know, lower than 4. So if you start approving this, then, you know, all of a sudden you're gonna have, you know, these lots that you buy and, you know, 4-acre lots because you're in the country, and then it's gonna become 2-acre lots, 3-acre lots. So that's my.
Well, that's why we're relooking. We're left in the budget to have we need a new rezoning bylaw.
It's years old. Yeah.
And unfortunately, you know, that's why people have to apply for variances
Mhm.
at the same time. But anyway, thank you. Yes. What is your name?
Don Waldner. Don Waldner. I'm the applicant for the subdivision. I am at 57 Meraki, so my name was on the application. I didn't get to sign it, I was late. So I just want to start off by saying there is a buffer, 37 Amber, between us and Amber Road, which would be Mike's. So there is a buffer property that is currently not even in consideration for drainage and such, so that should help. And lot 3 on Meraki Road is only 1.7 acres. So I'm gonna be just under 3. So I'm well within what's going on in the area. Like, we made sure, and there's a whole bunch of new 4-acre lots going up just across Donald. So we're well within what's happening in the area, I think. And there is a road there, so there's no new road or anything proposed. So I think we're well within reason. And for the drainage, I would be okay with the condition that the development happens closer to Belan Drive, obviously before the natural drainage, because it would be a shame to fill that in, right? So I would be okay
That's,
with,
again, the condition is
Yeah.
there's gonna be an engineered lot.
for sure, but I'm just saying that
Drainage plan.
we're okay with like keeping it close to the road, right? You don't need half mile drive or anything, so lots of that stuff we're okay with going in, just. Oh yeah, just that's peace of mind. There is a buffer property still between any neighbors, and yeah, there's legit roads, so. But yeah, there is no ditch on Belan currently, but there is on Amber going the other direction, so just food for thought.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council members, do you have any other questions? Okay. Next item, we'll finish this, then we'll have a. Item number. Oh, that isn't, okay, now since there's. Be it resolved that the council hereby close the public hearings for the July 8th, 2025 planning applications. Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Slaker, seconder. Councilor Mondor, all in favor? That is carried. Does anybody want to recess before? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess. I thought. Okay. And then we'll get into everything. Thank you. Reconvene the meeting at 8:17 PM. Now we'll start with the resolution for decision for conditional use number 2025. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 244150 has made application for conditional use number 2025 for the premises described as 99 Maraki Road. The purpose is to legalize an existing contractor's establishment business on the subject property. Now therefore be it resolved the council, now therefore be it resolved that conditional use number 2025 be hereby approved by council with the following conditions. The conditions were all outlined on the screen by the planner from number 1 to number 9. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Flaker, seconder.
Excuse me, can I say one more thing about it?
No, the public very close. Can I have a seconder, please? Councilor Dornbos, council discussion, any comments? Is everybody okay with the conditions as they read?
Yeah, I'm okay with the conditions. I'd just like to add that, this is a conditional approval. We've had many applications like this. Some turn out very, very well. But there's some that are not so good. I'm just hoping that this is one that does turn out so well. But nevertheless, it is a conditional approval, so if I'm right, if there are breaches, it can be revoked. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Councilor Beavercorn?
Just in regards to the privacy fencing, it doesn't, it's not really, maybe I'm just not reading it right here, but in terms of making sure that any storage of vehicles and equipment are enclosed with a privacy fence, is there any other?
Condition number 4.
Yep, but in terms like, what does that look like? Is it just a privacy fence that is in a corner of the property where vehicles are stored, or?
Yeah, that's my understanding. The privacy fence usually consists of a chain link fence with a lattice run through it. That's probably the least expensive way to go.
Something that's all 4 sides, that it contains all of that type of.
That's how I've seen other places set up that way.
This doesn't word like it's very concise, but yeah, I'm fine with that. I like that. I want that. I just.
Well, it says must be fully enclosed with privacy fencing, vehicles, equipment, material. Okay, all those in favor? That is unanimous, it's carried. It's carried, so you can go ahead. Resolution for decision for variance order number 51, 2025. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll 1593 has made application for variation order number 5125 for the premises described as 13 Bile Drive. The purpose is to increase the maximum accessory building unit area and maximum accessory building height in order to allow for a garage to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, the variation order be hereby approved by council with following conditions. There's only 2. The variance is limited to what has been presented in the application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions would require new variance approval. Number 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning and the municipality if required. Well, this was the fire loss replacement. Okay, could I have a mover, please? Councilor Slaker, seconder. Councilor Beavercorn, comments by council. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? That matter is approved. That is carried. Agenda item 5.8, resolution for decision for variation order number 5725. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll 27808 has made application for variation order number 5725 for the premises described as Lot 4, Block 1, 8 Deer Rapids Drive. The purpose is to increase the building height of an accessory building 15 to 16.5 feet, the number of accessory buildings 2 to 4, the building area of an accessory building 1,200 to 1,900 square feet, combined floor area 2,677.5 square feet. and to reduce the front yard setback for an accessory building 75 to 5 feet in order to allow for a garage to be constructed on the property. Therefore, be it resolved that variation of order number 5725 be hereby approved by council with the two conditions outlined, standard conditions outlined by the planner. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Hunt, seconder. Councillor Dornbos, comments by council?
It would talk about the 7 feet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is council okay, front yard setback for accessory building 7 feet from the 5 feet?
It would match neighbor across the street.
And it was,
Okay,
the applicant was okay with that.
okay, any further comments? Councillor Slaker?
Is this the one where they don't want the windows on the back side? Can we build that into it somehow?
There
There
was no windows on the
This
back
is the
side.
one.
This
It's not the one.
It's the next one.
It's the next one?
Yeah. Number,
So
yeah, for 7 developers, this is number 8 developers. Okay, any further comments? All in favor? Councillor Slaker?
No, I'm not. I just think it's overly too big.
It's unanimous, it is approved. That is carried. Item 5.9, whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 27822 has made application for variation order number 5825 for the premises described as 7 Deer Rapids Drive. The purpose is to increase the unit area, combined floor area, height, and number of accessory structures in order to allow for a garage to be constructed on the subject property. Now therefore be resolved the variation order 5825 be approved by council with the conditions that were laid out by the planner and shown on the screen. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Hunt, seconder. Councillor Feeblecorn, comments by council. Councillor Feeblecorn.
Based on the residents, 6 and 5, with their concerns about the building in the corner, close to their property line, I think that it would be more reasonable to be off of Walter Street, as number 8 and is doing so well. So I would say that I would be opposed to it to that corner of the lot.
Councillor Hunt.
As the applicant said, there's a septic field in the corner and the road comes in off of there and it's just, I think it's not much, it's a little bit bigger inside, but like I say, it's conducive with the driveway, his explanation for wanting it close to his other garage. I'm okay with it where it is, so I moved it.
Any further comment? Councillor
a
Durban.
little concerned about the height. 20.5 feet is 4 feet higher than what the neighbor across the street has proposed as well. The neighbor across on 7 Deer Rapids already is in the back corner of his yard, with a buffer on Gosnowski for those houses there. As Council Feeblecorn said, I would love to see it on the other side, even though there's a septic field there. I'm sure something could be worked around or a different position of the place. I am concerned somewhat of again with the height and poking into the neighbors and stuff like that. I have no problem with the size of it. It's just the height that I'm concerned about.
Councillor Slaker.
I just think it's too big in the location, it's just not feasible.
Councillor Hunt.
No, I was just gonna say the mean height is 20 feet and that's what proposed by the applicant and that's what the planning board goes by. So it's 5 feet more than the maximum.
I think I'd be okay with that corner if it wasn't that height. As Councilor Dornbos was saying, if they extended it for the length instead of the height, it sounded like maybe there could be some, maybe the neighbors would be okay with it in terms of a different layout of the garage, but yeah, just comment.
Councillor.
Yeah, my only comment is, it's very close to the property line. I don't know, perhaps moving it 25, 30, 40 feet away from the property line might, mitigate some of these problems.
Yeah, my concern is with the neighbors, their concerns they raised when the size of the building is quite huge. Any further comment? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Sorry, sir, it's been declined. Resolution for decision for variation order number 5925. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll 407-100 has made application for variation order number 5925 for the premises described as 20 McIver Lane South. The purpose is to reduce the minimum main building front yard and rear yard setbacks in order to allow for a house to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved that variation order number 5925 be hereby approved by council with the two conditions outlined by the planner. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Mondor, seconder, Councillor Schleicher, comments by council? All those in favor? That is unanimous, is carried. 5.11, resolution for decision for variation order number 6025. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll 248650 has made an application for variation order number 6025 for the premises described as 1076 Lockport Road. The purpose is to reduce the site area for the conditionally approved subdivision S24 3072 from 80 acres to 10.7 acres proposed lot and 69.4 acres residual lot, respectively, as part of the subdivision conditions. In addition, the applicant proposed to reduce the interior side yard in order for a steel bin to remain on the proposed lot. Therefore, be it resolved that variation order number 60-25 be hereby approved by council with the following conditions. There are two conditions, the standard conditions outlined by the planner. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Mondor, seconded by Deputy Mayor Marecki. Any comments by council? All those in favor? That is unanimous and is carried. 5.2, resolution for decision for variance order 6325. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll 455500 has made application for variation order number 6325 for the premises described as parcel A, Plan B and C, Plan 52444, 96 Wavy Creek Road. The purpose is to reduce the minimum site area, proposed lot and residual lot, and site width residual lot for this property as part of the conditions within the conditionally approved subdivision that is S24 3065. Therefore, be it resolved that variation order number 6325 be hereby approved by council with the following conditions. The variance is limited to what has been presented in the application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions would require a new variance for approval. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Slaker, seconder. Councillor Hunt, any comments by council? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor? That is unanimous, it was carried. Item 5.3, resolution for decision for subdivision number S24 3092 amendment. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 310875, 310850, and 310800 has made application for subdivision number S24 3092 amendment for the premises described as River Lot 9 and 10, River Lot 7 and 8, River Lot 8, Plan 3405, Calder Road. The purpose is to subdivide the 3 lots of subject land into a total of 24 (23) residual residential lot and 1 for Selkirk Winnipeg Highway dedication purposes lots, and new road, 2 cul-de-sacs, and U-shaped street with 3 entrances exits to Calder Road in the AR Agriculture Restricted Zone. Therefore, be it resolved that subdivision application number S 243092 amendment be hereby approved by council with the following conditions. Now, we'll get a mover first and then, okay. Because all the conditions, but there are gonna, after hearing everyone, there will be some changes. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Dornbos, seconded by Deputy Mayor Marecki. Okay, the ones I have, Braden, you'll be able to help here. Remove, does council wish to remove condition number 7?
Yes.
Of compensation for school purposes, okay, we're removing number 7.
Madam Mayor, I had 2 conditions that were discussed for the development agreement.
Okay.
So just tentative wording here, following 2H would be 2I, private approaches to be located off of proposed roads and not Calder Road. And 2J, proximity to the Gerdau steel mill and recycling facilities. And with that, similar to the conservation agreement, we could enforce that in the development agreement, register as a caveat that the developer has to provide notice to buyers that they're buying adjacent to a steel mill and that there is noise and other associated nuisances.
Okay, so that for the Gerdau steel, would that go under 5?
It would be within the
E?
development agreement.
Under E, okay.
2J, and then 2K would be any other standard deemed necessary. So just putting them in towards the end there.
Okay.
So, could you say that again? Say with the one about the Gerdau?
This is how it would read. Applicant owner enters into a development agreement with the municipality registered as a caveat on the property to address items including, but not limited to, 2J, proximity to the Gerdau steel mill and recycling facilities.
Why?
Proximity to, no, okay. Councillor Slaker?
Why would we put that in there, Braden?
If it's not the will of council to include it, then we would not, but it's
No,
very
this is
simple.
not our business, like I said before. Anybody that lives in the south end of Southwick or the south end of St. Andrews knows what the mill is about.
But if this is new people, I understand from what the Gerdau representative said, it's to let people know there's a steel mill, basically. I'm an area and I'm fine with that. Councillor?
I thought land titles wouldn't put caveats on land like the airport or something like that, that wouldn't put caveats on land like that. And I could see if this property was on the north side of Calder Road in between, but there's houses as a buffer in there now. And like, that's why I asked the question about the advisory committee. You know, it's basically not dead, but no one comes for no more because they've addressed all of the concerns. And I don't think that should be fair to put that onto the developer as a deterrent of someone looking to buy the land. You know, that's again, buyer beware, do your own homework. I don't see an issue there. So I don't like it being in there.
Lisa?
I can just let you know that I know that Selkirk puts a notice in their development agreements, if its proximity is fairly close. And it's also more of a protection for the municipality so that we don't receive complaints from purchasers that are new to the area, not realizing that there's these issues. They'll be phoning the municipality, so it's really a safeguard for the municipality.
So what is council's wish to put the ground in or what the?
Do we have a set proximity so that future development or current, like if there's a house for sale?
My
It's just
opinion
new.
is that, no, we don't have a set proximity, but I can say that if Gerdau is here, that would be the trigger point that they feel that there could be, that area could be subject to having some sort of disturbance.
So for future developments going forward, if we determine there's a radius that we want to.
Well, again, I don't think we would want to do that, but in my opinion, Gerdau coming and telling us that there could be impacts to these property is what we have to go by. I don't see what the harm is in doing that. Basically, and we've all heard this before in our careers, is people go out to and buy a home rurally near a livestock yard and then complain about the smell and the noise, right? It's kind of the same theory behind this, and it does happen.
I think that just opens up to way more, whether it be a railway track there or near a highway or
school.
School.
Like I say, it
There's
just,
a plain school over
it's
there.
just, and I appreciate everyone's comments and I appreciate it's just that, to me, the comments, the concerns or the complaints from the mill are nil. I think, and like I say, it's, what do we stop at? There's gonna be every subdivision put a caveat on the land that there's, like I say, a school, a hockey rink, higher capacity traffic and that kind of stuff. And we've never done this before. And like I say, I understand the mill's part of it. One of his concerns about this last time was water. They've dropped that one because it didn't work in their favor.
That's an unfair comment.
I'm not
Like
in
one-
agreement of it.
One more.
I agree, like the schools, the airports, like you could open this up to all kinds of stuff.
Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the Gradell issue is probably not that critical in that they have, as we've said before, they've made many improvements in noise and odor control, and I don't think I would like to see that on the contract and homeowners selling the lots there.
Last comment.
Well, it comes down to it just something that it falls on the developer, and I just don't think that's fair.
The majority of council want to include it, or it sounds like not.
I would take it up. I live by the airport. I know it's buying by the airport.
Yeah.
Okay, were there any other?
So just thank the residents for coming out, Mr. Duran, and the public presentations well articulated. I do strongly believe that lots 13 and 14 could be combined and be a highly valuable lot with one of those larger lots. I think in terms of the conservation agreement for those tree lots, there needs to be structure in terms of what that looks like. I know that it was in terms of the trees that we need to impose restrictions on some of the removal of trees and keeping the lots as treed as possible. So I just wanted to make sure that that the conservation agreement is well laid out and that there is council approval when it comes to those sites.
That's under 5A. That's all included.
Okay.
Councilor Slaker?
I don't think the council should have the right to ask the contractor to put those two lots together. They're well covered off with the conservation agreement, the development agreement. And as the developer stated, and it's very true, people that are gonna pay the money to buy those tree lots are going to protect every one of those trees, because they are paying that prime dollar for every lot, every tree that is on that lot. They're not buying it to go on and cut them all down.
I agree. Councilor Hunt, did you?
And just reiterate my comment about those two lots equal almost 7 acres. So he could have done 3 lots there, according to the rest of his land being 2-acre lots. So he could have put 3 lots in there. So we had reduced it by one lot. So that was 7 acres. Yeah, the rest of them are all 2 acres. And then again, it changes the scope of the subdivision. So.
Councilor Donfrost?
I got a couple here. I do echo what Councilor Feeble-Cornet says about 13 and 14, but that seemed to be the flavor of council at this point in time. There's a few things here in regards to the trees, if taking trees out, and when I was talking to Mr. Duran there quickly about what trees were in there, there are bur oak, aspen, and ash. And I would love to see if anything's taken out or replanted, that those trees are replanted in those categories, the bur oak, aspen, and ash, and not just a quick hybrid poplar or something like that. If that's something that you would consider. There was also in the application where it indicates that, where is it? Strongly suggests that new dwellings be constructed and positioned to one side of the respective lot to accommodate future underground services and infill development. I'm okay with that on certain lots. Eventually, maybe not in, our time here, but there will probably be services coming up for that corner of the RM itself. I would like to see lots 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 not be subject to any type of side portioning of a house so that there could be any infill to it. Those are all the tree lots, so I don't want any more trees taken out of that area. And for the
Sorry, what were those numbers?
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So 9 to 15.
So those are all the tree lots that come through that portion of it.
Lots 9 to 15.
9 to 15. The other one was for cutting trees down, like we talked about the fines that would be subject to any type of tree cutting. And I'm not talking $100 fine. I can cut down, 10 trees, whatever, $1,000. So these need to be significant fines to take anything else out of that forest. That's just my perspective on it. And I would hope this development agreement would have something where you could talk about that.
We can put in the development agreement specific trees we want in there. So that doesn't need to be a condition. So we can note that and we can put in the trees to replace the trees coming out. I'm not sure the planner may want to comment or the developer may want to comment on building lots to the east side for the infill. I haven't seen that work previously in a number of developments that I did, but I don't know if that's developer driven or planning driven. I don't know who's driving that path.
It says municipality here on the application.
And I can speak on that. It's from our utilities department. This is part of the Red River corridor area. So septic fields are not permitted. Potentially in the future, there could be a sewer utility. We have no current plans. That was just some foresight thinking from that department. Again, the condition is subject to council's approval.
Well, I would like to see that removed, because if we all remember when we won the election, we were handed a subdivision that this had already been put in place before we were all elected. And we had to go to Red River Planning and ask them to remove that condition because they were having a hard time selling the property. I think that if I buy a property, it's my choice where I want to put my house. Not the RM and not anybody else telling me what side of the property I
I
can
think
build.
the planner's saying what the developer was 25 years from now. Sewer is available. I'm just giving, it could be 10 years from now. If somebody buys that lot, builds a house, puts it to one side, this time we're known. When that one happened right after the election, council was not advised. That was added on as a conditions as any other item being necessary by the municipality.
So I would like to suggest that we remove it. It's not a condition that I would like to see put on any of these lots.
I'm fine.
I'm fine with that too.
Okay, Braden, thank you. Was there anything else?
So we had included one for the approaches, right? Removed the positioning of dwellings and accessory structures on the proposed lots, and then had also removed condition 7 for the school district.
Okay, the second one you just mentioned, that's what this Councillor Sliker was speaking of, about moving them to one side.
2D, we've removed that positioning of dwellings and accessory structures on the proposed lots, as well as, well, it never was added, sorry, the Gerdau steel one, yeah.
I would prefer to see that come.
Seeing what was majority of council, I believe, was 2D. You were in favor of that? What council, 2D is what Councillor Sliker is speaking of.
Correct.
To be removed.
Keep it for certain lots.
No, that's too complicated to use it.
I can remove that, we're gonna remove it.
You what?
Remove it.
Oh, remove that one.
Then it's complete throughout the
Read
whole.
all the way through. Okay.
Okay. Removal of 2D. Yeah, I've not a note on that. Good. Got,
Nothing else from me.
okay, we're good. So was Counselor Jordan Boss to Premier Maraki moved it, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, that matter is carried. Sorry, I didn't get you. You're in favor, okay? Okay. Next one is resolution for decision for subdivision 253105. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll numbers 242-190, 242-195, and 242-200 has made application for subdivision S 253105 for the premises described as 5763 and 69 Moretti Road. The purpose is to subdivide the subject land of 3 lots of 6.97 acres, 7.73 acres, and 8.292 acres into a total of 6 lots. No new road proposed in the AR agricultural restricted zone. Therefore, be it resolved that subdivision application S 253105 be hereby approved by council with the following conditions. And they were number 1 to 5. Outlined by the planner. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Mondor, seconder. Councillor Slaker, comments by council. Councillor Jordan.
My biggest concern would be the drainage. It's my largest concern is about that area.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And there was some discussion regarding the road allowance and the road width and their lack of ditches on Byland Drive. So earlier during the meeting, we took a quick measurement of the road allowance. It's 33 feet wide, that section of Byland Drive heading north, definitely below our standard width for road allowances. Typically, you'd see at a minimum 66 feet to allow for a road and a ditch on either side. Nowadays, our standard is 85 feet. So we have a condition within the development agreement 2D, dedication of public reserve lands not exceeding 10% of the subject land or payment in lieu. I would suggest to council that the dedication of lands be made adjacent to Byland Drive to widen it potentially in the future. This would only affect the 3 lots, 57, 63, and 69 Morecki Road. There would still be number 37, I believe that's Byland Drive. I'm not sure, Amber Road to the south, that would still need to be acquired in the future or conceded by the owner to allow that road allowance to extend all the way through at that full width, but at least we're making the necessary steps to prepare it for road widening. Yeah. And further to drainage, there is a condition in there already for stormwater management and lot grading and drainage plan.
There's no timeline.
Timeline for to undertake the drainage?
Yeah.
Well, they have to complete it within their 2 years of their subdivision approval.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'll expire.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Moretti.
No, that's no question.
Okay, so this doesn't affect, by doing this adding to the 10% to Byland Drive, this doesn't affect the proposed lots.
So long as the applicant is aware that we wouldn't be requesting cash in lieu, we'd be requesting the land in this case, or a portion of it to balance out 10% or up to 10% for that road widening.
So then does that change the site width
It would,
of
yes.
the lots?
It would, yes. It would change the overall area of each individual lot and the depth of the lot. The width would stay the same, that's not being affected, but the depth of the lot, yes.
So the applicants are aware of this?
If council is agreeing to that, that would be the suggested condition for future planning of that roadway and to facilitate potentially easier drainage in the area. Again, we have that report and study being done for the Bruno catchment right now. We should have that report in September with recommendations, but allowing the road allowance to be widened to the proper municipal width would be future planning.
I'm not clear on this, so sorry, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I would suggest that if there's gonna be homes built on that frontage, 33 width road is not sufficient.
They would have to apply for a private approach permit through a department, and there's no ditch to even access from the road to those properties. So there's no culvert. Each driveway would be no culvert, so there'd be bounds of water trapped in between driveways. I can see the issues already.
Wait a minute, so then there's no gonna be no, because it says here. Or it was in the application about no road. No new road being put in?
The road is existing. It's just the road allowance is not wide. There's no ditch there.
Road needs to be more than.
The road needs to be wider, but then does it affect people on the other side of the road? Or
Yeah.
does these can land be taken from the other side?
That's not what we're discussing today. This is subdivision not affecting that private property. It's affecting the west side private property, being those 3 lots.
If you look at the map, it's very clear.
Maybe I should share it.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
very clear what needs to be widened and why.
Or Valentina, do you have GIS open that you can
Yeah.
go?
Yeah, I can have it. So those are elevations. Do you need those or I will? give
You
the
can turn
back-
off the LiDAR, but I would zoom right into the intersection of Amber Road and Violent Drive.
And I would just like to add, this isn't something new. We've done it on many, many subdivisions,
Mhm.
applications, when we have the opportunity to widen the road, we do take the line for that.
And public reserve can be used as public work, so road allowance.
What do we want?
Zoom in even further, right into the intersection of Violent Drive and Amber. Very, very
Amber.
close. Yeah, right in there, right in the corner.
Corner.
Can you zoom in further?
Right there, right there.
No,
Further north. That's Parkland.
Not Parkdale.
Oh, yeah. Where's the Amber one?
North.
Up, go up.
Yeah, just a second. That's a touchpad. Where's the Amber Road? Where's the Amber Road?
This is not a touchscreen, sorry, right there,
Ah.
right there. It's a road allowance I should have.
Oh,
So
road
you can see
allowance.
there very clearly.
That's not street. I'm
Road
looking for the
allowance.
street. Okay.
Arrows sharply once you pass that intersection. It's 33 feet wide. It's not up to municipal standard.
We'll widen it.
But who would be using that road though?
The new residents.
And I believe there's a house.
There's already an existing house on that road as well.
Up at the south end, yeah.
On the
No, north.
house. Go to the end of the road, there's a house.
It's 33 something.
Yeah, and that's Amber Road. We're not too concerned with that. It's undeveloped. We'd be more concerned with the narrow piece of Violent Drive that you can see as it jogs in there on the screen.
Yeah.
There's. Oh, so it's way up the other. Okay, so that fine black line along Island Drive. That's the road was.
Yeah.
And now this first house. With the new black line, that's updated or that's how it is now?
That's how it is currently. The black lines are the lot lines.
You can see how close the lots are to the road.
Yes.
So there's Amber. Comes down where this house and then.
That one here. Okay.
Where's their house on Amber?
Now I understand.
If council is aware, like the intent of the.
All coming down the river. Yeah. That's not one of the houses in subdivision.
No.
Yeah.
The dedication again would only apply to the 3 lots for the subject application tonight does not include that final lot that links up with Amber Road, but we're making efforts to at least set that precedent for the future for widening. And we could potentially widen and arrange a discussion with the property owner as well, if we could possibly go through that fourth lot. My suggestion would be to widen by 52 feet to meet our standard, but I'd say at an absolute minimum, 33 feet on measured inwards from the property line.
Yeah, because after that last house to the north, there's no road going through, right? It ends at that property.
That's correct.
So the minimum, I think, would suffice.
Would go all the way up to that house that uses the Island Drive to access the property. And that's where the road ends. So it's wide enough up until it ends, except for that final lot.
Okay.
And I guess I would ask, is the applicant okay with this?
Go ahead.
What are you saying? You wanna run down Balan Drive where that house is on the north end there? You wanna run a ditch from there south to the corner here of Amber Road and Balan Drive?
Yeah.
So you're trying to make water run uphill? The water from Amber Road down that green line runs north. And from that corner of Amber Road and Balan Drive, the previous government, whoever was there, dug a ditch there trying to make water run uphill. It hasn't worked yet. The water is still running north. And if you make a ditch there to widen Balan Drive to Kevin's house, then it's a dead end. Then you have to run a ditch back over to the slough, which continues north. But I don't know, it sounds like you're trying to make the water run south. Water doesn't run uphill unless you really dig a trench, which you've already done from Amber Road to Parkland. You should see that floodway that's there. And the only time the water runs there is when, like, this thing said there, if it's a heavy rain or a big snowfall. And there at Balan Drive, there's an empty field right in the middle of the slough. No, go back.
No, I know. I'm just looking at that delta, that water going north. It's much more water to the north side because elevations are going down there.
Right there. See that septic field right in the middle of the drainage ditch? Well, that stopped the water and made the water back up, so it had to go south over Amber Road. But then the municipality said the water had to go north, so then we made a ditch around that septic field there with the culvert right there, right where the arrow was there. Right there. That's a septic field. So I made a ditch around there so the water all the way from our lots can all go north around that septic field and continue on into the swamp, which ends up in Lockwood Road. And then it goes across.
Well, we're talking about widening the road, right?
At the end of the day, a road requires sufficient road allowance for the structure of the road itself. This one is not up to standard, and I'll leave it at that. Not talking about potentially constructing ditches at this time.
No,
Yeah, but we're talking-
it's just the road now. It's not the ditches.
Not ditches.
Yeah, you widen the road, but you're talking about making a ditch down Balan Drive? That from Balan Drive, the high point of Balan Drive is all sloped right up to the center of the drainage ditch.
See,
It's all downhill.
The ditch is not, that will all be addressed in the drainage agreement. This is just talking about the widening the road.
Oh, yeah,
The
okay,
road's
yeah,
only-
Yeah.
So that means
narrow.
our lots are all gonna be smaller than 4 acres there.
It'll affect that'll affect
A
the
little
size
bit.
by, I don't know how many feet.
At a minimum, 33 feet on the depth, at max, 52 feet.
So are we getting refunded for that land?
We already have a condition of approval for a dedication of 10%, up to 10% of land as public reserve. This condition would be upheld and we would use that portion of land as the public reserve dedication.
Those people all gonna have to get a variance to build there when they buy those lots? Or do we have to buy a variance for all those 3 lots? Cause they're gonna be smaller than 4 acres.
I'm not sure what the measurement is. I do know some of them are already undersized that are being proposed. Some of them are above.
They're all measured out to be 4 acres now. With the road lots where it is. If you're gonna take land off of there, then the lots are all gonna be shorter, smaller than 4 acres.
Whether they're required or not, this is a municipal operational matter for whether the road needs to be widened or not. Let's leave it at that. The road should have a sufficient road allowance. If the applicant is required to obtain variances for the development, that's just a result of the road having to be widened potentially in the future. That's what the municipality would require.
You widen from one side or both sides?
Just ours. Just to match what they're not. See where the black is, it's all on that side, it just.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like this is like a surprise. About the road, would there have to be for a variance?
I couldn't answer that question. I don't know what the measurement is for, you have to look at the area that would be taken out. That would have to be identified on the plan of subdivision that's registered. And then from there, Red River Planning would determine if they need variances and if so, what for. We know that they need some already. That full list will be determined. This is very common practice with subdivision approvals. The subdivision application map is the application that's made before council. The plan is what's registered at Land Title's office, and the plan is what Red River Planning will reference for when they need variances.
They already need those.
So they already need variances?
They already need some of them.
Oh, okay. Okay, Lisa?
I was just going to add, there may be, I'm not sure how they pick their rear property lines, the location of the rear property lines. If those can be adjusted accordingly as well, which may reduce the need for variance.
And I can even add one step further and perhaps confirm with Valentina. This would not be a major revision to the subdivision that would require recirculation and public hearing,
No,
correct?
No.
That's right. So it would be revised from the subdivision application map, which is for illustrative purposes only, as it says on the map. Whereas the plan of subdivision is what's actually registered and actually the legal document.
Okay. We had a mover, seconder, Braden has, if there were any changes to the conditions, just this, okay?
No, just acknowledging that
All
the
in
public
favor?
reserve is.
That is unanimous, your subdivision is approved. Thank you. Item 5.15 subdivision S253107 Sutherland Road on public hearing. To subdivide, whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 435600 has made application for subdivision number S253107 for the premises described as southeast quarter section 1215 East Sutherland Road. The purpose is to subdivide the subject land into one additional lot. Therefore, be it resolved that subdivision application 253107 be hereby approved by council with the following conditions, which are 1 to 3, which were outlined by the planner. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Mondor, seconded by Councillor Sliker. Any comments by council? On.
Have we went through the subdivision S253107? We haven't.
It's close.
I guess we have.
Well, no, we haven't.
No, I'm going.
What's on our agenda?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Planner, please proceed.
If it's,
I'll just pick one of the vote.
Okay. Okay, so this is the subdivision application S253107, located on Sutherland Road, and purpose of that application is to create a total 2 lots in agriculture general zone. So this is your map location of the subject property and subdivision application map that they proposing to do. And as per zoning bylaw of St. Andrews, all lots in that area are supposed to be 80 acres and 300 feet wide, and they proposing 5 acres and 370 feet. And the residual lots will remain 58.89 acres with more than 300 feet. We have no exact measurements for that. So that's a no for a side area and yes for the site width for the both of the lots, according to the zoning bylaw of St. Andrews. And our notes here that proposed application does not align with the Red River Planning District Development Plan and the policy section 4.1 for 13 and 4.114 is less than 80 acres lot proposed and subject to a maximum only one subdivision per 80 acres titles. Two subdivisions have historically occurred on 80 acres parcel already, SC 98 159 and SC05 in 1982. Both proposed and residual lots are not consistent with the zoning bylaws of St. Clements and less than 80 acres in site requirements, and we require variance to bring into compliance. And Manitoba Agriculture objects to the proposed subdivision as there are no provisions for an additional residential lot to be created with a designated resource, sorry, and a agriculture area of the Red River Planning District Development Plan. So our recommendation here is that that application will be rejected. However, if council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. Applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from municipality stating that taxes on the land to be subdivided will be paid. A payment for a capital development leaves for creation of one non-service agricultural lot. Dedication payment in lieu of public reserve lands not exceeding 10% of the subject land. Applicant owner to provide digital copies of all plans, and applicant owner to obtain variances for a lot size as required. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Questions by council planner? I just know this is for, here's, well, it's been subdivided twice.
Yes, the first
That's
one,
not really
that's
this, but that was years ago.
2005 and 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Just let me confirm that.
I believe you're right, I read this whole thing, but the
Yeah.
lot was purchased in 2015.
05 and 98, sorry. 1998.
So the new owners will not be aware, but it's for their son to move on to the property. Still needing a,
Typically, we, now it's one subdivision to break off from the 80 acres and then that's.
Yeah.
Councilor Hunt?
I believe the owner, well, the owner that owns it now is still the original landowner from the family forever, so. This is the grandson of the original owner that's looking to build a house there and then, like it says, to stay in the community and on and on and on, so.
You're
Yeah,
still
land was
keeping a
purchased
huge chunk
from
of
the
your
state.
farming. You're still keeping a huge chunk of your farming is to keep the grandson here, family member. I don't have an issue. Any other comments by questions to the plan? Okay, where's the applicant owner of tax roll 435-600 has made application for subdivision S 253107 for the premises described as southeast quarter section 1215-3 east of Sutherland Road. The purpose is to subdivide the subject land into one additional lot. The planner read out all the 1 to 3 conditions. It was moved by Councillor Monder, seconded by Councillor Slaker. Any further comments by council? Oh, Madam Planner?
Yeah, we still have people online. Is it?
Okay, so then, sorry, you're okay, Councillor Monder being the mover? Continuing Councillor Slaker, continuing being the seconder?
No, I mean, it's kind of public hearing going on right now because we do have 3 people on,
I thought we closed up.
Public hearing.
oh, I know, but we're live or not?
Yes.
Yeah, we're live.
Okay,
But the
sorry.
public hearing is closed, it's open to the public, the whole meeting is,
Okay.
okay? So, okay, it was moved by Councilor Monder, seconded by Councilor Slater. Any further comments by council? Ready for the vote, all in favor? That is unanimous, it is carried. Thank you, Madam Planner, it's been a long meeting. Next item will is item 6, adoption of the minutes. Be it resolved, the council adopt the June 24th, 2025 council meeting minutes as presented. So have a movement, please. Councilor Dornbos, seconder. Councilor Corn, are there any errors or omissions? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Draft July 2nd special council meeting minutes. Be it resolved, the council adopt the July 2nd, 2025 special council meeting minutes as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Corn, seconded. Councilor Dornbos, any errors or omissions? All in favor? Unanimous, that is carried. We have no reception of delegates, council reports. Any questions on the reports, Councilor Hunt?
I don't mean to be disrespectful or nothing. I'm just asking that sometimes when you go to a function, when other councilors are there, if you could recognize their presence there, please.
Oh, sure, no
In that
problem.
block.
See, normally on this one, like I looked, nobody was reports, but Sherry had put in the attended nothing. But I normally don't because if that counselor filled in, did their council.
no, that's
they
not
would
what I
say
meant.
they were there.
Okay. You knew I was at Matlock Canada Day celebrations
Yes.
and you don't
thanked
recognize
council.
me being there.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Right on my speech. I said on
I'm
behalf
afraid-
of council, staff and residents of the RM. I wish everyone a very happy Canada.
I'm afraid you didn't. I'm not looking for a debate. I'll tell you what you said. You said on behalf of my husband Murray and council, I'd like to thank. You never mentioned my name. Our MLA mentioned my name there. I'm just asking in the future, if anybody is at a function when you bring greetings, that you would please recognize them. I just think it's protocol and respectful.
Well, and I announced on council, I brought greetings on behalf of council. Which I've done
Again,
since
you're-
I've been up since 2018.
You're missing the point. When you have given speeches before, you recognize councilors are there. When you get up at AMM, whatever you recognize the council at is there. I'm just looking for some protocol. And it's disheartening when I hear you're thanking your husband for being there. And I have to be thanked by an MLA. People asking me, oh, she didn't recognize you. I says, I know. This is the third year.
Mentioned happy Canada Day on behalf of council, staff and residents. Do you want me to name every resident in the RM? Do you want me to mention every staff
I
member
didn't say that.
works
I
here?
didn't say that. It's protocol, I believe. And I would like, maybe if you want to go down this road, that's what council thinks. And I think it's protocol that you recognize a councillor, anybody that is at the celebration with you. That's all I'm asking for.
Also went by the resolution, you never put your name up to attend.
Is that what you're gonna, is that how you're gonna go down this road? Is it, I can't believe you said that. That because I wasn't supposed to be there, is that what you're saying?
No, you were in council when the resolution came up. That
And it was for you, and I didn't add my name to it,
Why
that's
did you
fine.
not put your name up that you're attending?
I don't need to get paid for it. I didn't know whether I would go or not, but I attended.
But every resolution, anybody attending puts their names up.
Again, you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
But thank you, I'll take note of that.
And will you recognize other councillors if they're at the same function when you bring greetings?
Well, I haven't, sometimes I have, sometimes I haven't when I think about it.
Anyway, thank you for being a team member once again.
Right back at you. Management reports, number 9, June 25th, 2025, monthly management reports. Thanks for all the reports. Does anybody have any comments or questions about the reports? Councillor Mondor?
Yeah, I was just wondering about the road repaving. The residents are on my back in regards to the roads. If we look at the service tracker evidence, almost 60% of our service tracker complaints or asking for service are in regards to roads and us not getting on this paving, being that it's already July, I don't think is very good. And I would really like, I brought this up the last time we had management reports, and we were told that it was ongoing still. And I think if it's ongoing still, this isn't gonna be complete, and residents are gonna be extremely upset. 60% of our residents have put in service trackers, like I mentioned, in regards to roads, and that's not doing anything in regards to the roads, I think is not good. So I think this needs to be more of importance, and this needs to be brought.
60% of our residents?
60% of the service trackers are in regards to roads.
Right, and that's normal. Roads, drainage are quite normal for service trackers.
Well, I think it's important that we show this is something that is very tangible for our residents if we get the roads done.
Exactly,
timely manner.
and the plan is to have the roads done in this current year. So I've been in the 48 years I've been dealing with municipalities and at the city of Winnipeg, West St. Paul, and in St. Andrews. I've seen tenders go out at different times. I've seen road work getting done in September. I've seen road work in June. I'll certainly report back to you and council. I think it's well noted point. I'll report back with a progress report. We know how we're doing our roads this year. We're doing them with a new group similar to, because it hasn't been awarded yet, but we've talked to them, similar to the deputy mayor has mentioned there's some runway being done, how we're doing our roads in the airport. So I will send out to council a detailed report of where we're at with our roads and the projection of when we'll be doing.
That would be very.
And then I had another comment I brought up the last time in regards to the River Road residents, the house that burnt down. I thought that we might have some update in regards to the cleanup there.
Well, I'm just gonna make a point to the management reports. The last management reports just came out in June, like a couple of weeks ago, and they're on here now because we're not having a committee of the whole meeting or another council meeting. So it's what is it? 18 days ago that we just came to council. So not that has changed since the last report. The River Road property, this is the one that we're having an issue with the insurance. So we can get the insurance paid out, and we're dealing with the insurance company to pay out there's $25,000 in taxes. Or we go and we do all this work with the property, and the insurance company it would cause us a problem with recovering the taxes, and because of timing, it would go into tax sale. So something generally along those lines. So it's an issue right now. We're having recovery money from the insurance company before it would go in tax sale. So trying to ensure this property does not go into tax sale.
Okay. I just don't want it to go on like the one on the south end there for 2.5 years.
Yep.
And this is a high profile area on the River Road, and it's an eyesore. And it needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible.
I agree. Lisa's been in contact with the insurance company. I don't know if you want to add any comments.
It's coming along, and we're kind of struggling with that. If we don't hold them to get the taxes and the costs to do all that initial cleanup, if we don't hold them to doing it, it could delay things even longer and cost the homeowner more, because then we have to start putting on interest onto the charges and things like that. And then there is a possibility of taxing. So it's a bit of a balance trying to get both areas, dealt with. We do realize the urgency in it.
Okay. Thanks.
Counselor Fairborn?
Yes, so just, I see that we've got, dust control, hopefully being done by the end of next week, as per the report here. And then we've got, some cleanouts for our drainage and surveys being done. Could we just get an update maybe for next meeting as to, for the ditching maintenance, as to what that is gonna look like for this year? I know that we've been talking about drainage over the past couple years, and I'm just wondering.
Well, we have a list on here.
Yeah, I see the list, but are we going by the number of roads? Like, is this the same, are we doing the same thing as we did last year, or is there anything new in terms of, I know we're looking for like a drainage program or some type of a policy for drainage. I'm just wondering if there was any updates on that part of it.
I'll have an update for the next meeting.
Okay, thank
Do you understand that to take care of drainage for the ORM is a multi-million-dollar problem?
Yeah, no, I'm just based on historical data that we have. If there's something that we know that could be a problem for this coming spring, if there's some way that we can address some of those issues.
I think if we had historical data from the last 60 or 70 years, that we would have, that a previous council might have addressed it, or the council before that. So we're not doing anything much different than other councils or other administrations have done. But we'll certainly look to get more detail.
Just looking for the proactive side versus, reactive.
Well, we're always proactive.
No, I know, and I'm not saying we're not, but, it seems, the same kind of issues seem to arise, the same ditches seem to be problems, the same drainages seem to be problems. That's all I'm looking for, yeah.
Yeah, and drainage is a problem in municipalities throughout Manitoba. So, but I hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Khan?
Just a comment in moving forward, the reports are great, they're getting better on all of them. I was the one that asked for those 2 updates that you just mentioned. And I think that's what council needs to do. I think is treat these reports similar to what we do the check detail. And any questions that need to be asked, let's ask administration for them. So we can get those answers at the meeting, so not saying we're putting anybody on the spot, but they're all good questions, all serious questions that the public wants to know too, because that's why we're asking them. But if it was similar to the check, not putting staff on the spot, and we're getting not saying it's not the proper answer now, but we're getting the whole answer.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
And like I know we get them on Friday, which is still sufficient time, and I sent a couple of questions in yesterday, and then it was updated last night, and that's what those 2 updates were that were on there, and I was the one that asked those questions.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And it just, it just makes it simpler, and we can still bring it up at council, but then we have the answer though. I think it's
sure.
We've done the check. We used to ask questions at the check detail time, and now the request was made to put it in prior, so we get the proper answer. Because it's good to get the answer when you ask the question, because staff doesn't know the question of a check detail when you ask it. So anyway, just a comment.
Bylaws and policies 10.1. Bylaw number 4420, subject caller first reading. Did everyone have the opportunity to read the bylaw?
Do we need to extend the meeting 9:30?
Got 6 more minutes. We'll get through this. Was there anyone speaking from admin to this? It's really straightforward. Be it resolved that council give first reading to bylaw number 4420 being the subject caller bylaw as presented. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Slaker, seconder. Deputy Mayor Mareki. Comments, questions? Councillor Hunt?
There was lots of discussion on this last time. I would just like some clarification in moving forward, and that the department will look at these questions that I had before. I still have a problem with this imaginary line on Calder Road. There's no historical data to back it up. It's just a line, and I know they're going to get to the point of where what the loading on the lagoon is, and hopefully we can do that sooner than later. And to be able to increase the area of somewhat, because I brought up the difference of the 2 loads a day as compared to 14 days, 14 loads of holding tanks. So if we could just work with administration and work with staff to clarify that. And I understand that you were getting a new consultant, whatever, to look at that, and that's great because that person has a great business in doing that. And as long as we can look at that in order to, expand our area some, and which will also bring some more tipping fees in. And the other thing is, I want this to be known, and this would doing it online, that the rate's going up would be going up $25 per 1,500 gallon holding tank. So I know we always get comments when the old price was $30, someone gets a 1,500 gallon holding tank pumped. And some people were charged $30 for that holding tank then, and it should be only $15. They're only paying half of the capacity of that load, so as long as people understand it, it works out to, if you were paying $30 or $15 for your holding tank now at 1,500 gallons, it should be going up $10, not to $50. So.
Yeah, but wasn't it discussed there wasn't an increase since 1996?
Regardless, there was no,
The cost
no,
comparison was
no,
saying-
there was no tipping fees back in 1996, believe me. Because there was 2 lagoons back in 96, one at the South Dump and one at Clandeboye Dump. Anyway, in moving forward, just letting it be known that the tipping fees are going up $20 per truck. So.
Was there a lagoon?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, any other questions?
And the onus should also be on the septic haulers who are our customers at the lagoon are the septic haulers, and they need to inform their customers. So we're not dealing, but we will do some publications, but it's up to them as the residents and maybe people that aren't our residents or their customers. So they'll also have to
I agree.
inform all their customers, and we'll do public notice.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm just stating a fact that the rate is not, like I say, his rate is what it is. And but as long as, like I say, we work with this new engineer we're going to get to come up with some more sustainable data and solid data that is going to make this lagoon last forever.
Okay, any further comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Bylaw 4421, item 10.2, be resolved that council give first reading to bylaw number 4421, being a bylaw to establish a tax sale manager position as presented. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Dornbos, seconded by Deputy Mayor Marecki. Any comments? Admin?
But Brett speakers,
I can just ask, this is a housekeeping item. It's just the current bylaw states a specific person. That person is, I think, on the verge of retiring, or they're adding a new people, so we've reworked the bylaw so we can change people by resolution.
And it's a third party that does our tax sale. So we hire a contractor like most RMs that do this.
Okay, all in favor? Unanimous, that is carried.
Madam Mayor,
Go
can
ahead.
we extend the meeting?
Okay.
Be it resolved that the Council of the RMC members extend the time of the regular meeting to a maximum time of 10 minutes.
May I have a mover, please? Councillor Dornbos, seconded by Councillor Mondor, all in favor? Carried. Approval of accounts. Be resolved, the council approved the July 4th, 2025 check detail report as presented. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Debelcorn, seconded by Councillor Mondor. Any comments, questions? Councillor Slager?
I just want, I had a couple people ask me the other day, how come I didn't do this? The reason is at 3 years in, I'm really learning what a lot of this money goes to and what it's for compared to when I first started. And the second answer is the great layout and presentation that administration has began to give us. So that, I do check it every time, but I'm getting smarter, so I don't need to ask quite as many questions. Thank you.
All in favor? Carried unanimously. Correspondence for action. We haven't had correspondence for information. Anybody have any questions or comment? Counselor Doornbos?
The agriculture in the classroom, they're looking for support. And when I looked at it, they're looking like 250,000, if I'm mistaken. I wasn't quite sure whether that was under correspondence for action, if we were gonna be in a resolution to give them some money.
That's for everyone. First one I've ever seen this year. It's a provincial, it's a government thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's a government thing.
Okay.
Yes, can I comment on something about that? Okay, what I'd like to do is comment on the Selkirk District Community Foundation. They've put out their, I guess their grants, and we were fortunate enough to get or to have 3 organizations obtain some money from them. The Rossdale Ukrainian Dance School was one of them. Red River Ancestral Genealogy Center was one, and the Find the Boy Pipe Band got money for instruments and clothing. So a big thank you to some district and community foundation.
Thank you. The other item I want to comment, Lisa added it on the Selkirk Biz, the fair, the parade. Normally I've gone on it. We never received any information on it. There's no one left on the executive at Selkirk Biz. And then there was an ad in the paper last week. You have to apply, SafeCon. I'm having problems getting a car because it's the cruisers, what do you call it, Netley, Councilor Hunt. Lily Pageant, it's their big.
Car show. 25th anniversary.
Buy the car, if it's okay for everyone, I'll go up signs, everything, but at this point. And the deadline to register was July, last Friday. Number 14, old unfinished business, AK soccer update.
I'll be speaking to this. I'll get set up in the front there. And to follow along with the discussion, I'll have just a copy of the site plan to reference and follow along. We're talking about some of the locations of the fields and what's been built so far. Yep. Everyone's got a copy? So as we all know, the List Road site was historically used as a mud dump for many years there, but it was designated by past council as a future recreational development area. Make sure I'm all good here. Following an expression of interest issued by the municipality, council by resolution authorized administration to pursue the proposal that was submitted by AK Soccer. And after execution of both a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, and the formal lease agreement with that group, I'm here to just provide a construction update, the progress on site today. So we've all got a copy of the site plan here. I've got one for myself too. So per the lease agreement with AK Soccer and following this site plan, the group is required to have 4 outdoor fields, 2 full-sized and 2 3/4-sized, available for play by April 30th, 2026. And then to complete the indoor facility right in the middle of the site plan there by April 30th, 2027. So I'll start with what's been completed to date. I'm sure many of you have been to the site already and have known, so it might be a bit of repetition, but the 10.4 acre leased site was fully leveled. A geotechnical engineer has visited the site previously and completed site analysis and prepared a geotechnical report ahead of any building permit applications for foundation work and stuff like that. Sod has been laid on the 2 westerly fields, so 1 full-sized and 1 3/4-sized easterly field, or westerly fields, I should say. While grass seed was spread throughout the easterly full-sized field. Although, due to the weather we've had this year, some of the conditions of the grass field remain in poor shape. The sod fields, however, are in pretty good condition. The group had the lines painted just last week. They are aiming to potentially use them for practice in July. That remains to be seen, but watering is ongoing for all of those fields. And that remaining easterly 3/4 size field was planned to be turfed. So if you visit the site, there's a bit of gravel that's been laid down there in preparation for that. That part would be fully prepared before the turf goes down. Again, all of the fields are still expected to be ready for play by April of next year as per the terms of the lease agreement. For utilities and infrastructure on the site, so along the frontage of List Road, a permanent fencing and sliding gate was installed, along with a slag parking area on the west side that's adjacent to the sod fields and a bit of the entranceway to the site. A well was drilled towards kind of the south. There's that smaller building that's shown on the south end. A well was drilled close to there for irrigation purposes and watering the fields. The well produces 50 gallons per minute and has been drilled and connected to the sprinkler system that services both irrigation systems for the fields. A storage container was placed on site way at the rear for storage throughout construction for future use as a canteen when the site is fully operational and up and running. Now, plans for the rest of the year would entail underground hydro install, and having spoken with Tony recently, it's planned to be completed by the end of this month. So underground hydro and any proposed foundational work, pending any approvals from Red River Planning, of course, for the building. In addition, a sewer ERU study is going to be undertaken this year for servicing needs for that primary building. So doing a rate study, not a rate study, sorry, but a use study for members of the academy, how many players are on site, what's that usage on the capacity of the sewer system, right? So what does that look like? And then plans for next year would include construction of a small entrance building, similar to like an informational booth when you first pull into the site, and a general site improvements, landscaping, signage, lighting, and of course, completion of that primary indoor facility ready for play by 2027. The group advises that they do realize the building should be up by end of 2026, is latest updates. So well in advance of the commitment in the lease. Now, further to that, I'd just like to add that through our partnership with AK Soccer, the initial leveling of the site, as we all know, is 2 great mud piles, was leveled and spread out over that 10.4 acre site at no cost to the RM. An additional fill has been hauled and spread, and I just had the engineering aides from Public Works survey the extent of that, and our estimates come up at just shy of 6 acres was hauled in additionally by AK Soccer and spread. Again, no cost to the RM for that. That does not include last week's commitment by council for 15,000 cubic meters. And in addition, I have another handout here for council. We've been advised by the airport that they have 12,000 cubic meters of topsoil available for us, all at no cost. So here's a little map that was prepared. And I'll take a second to thank Public Works, the engineering aides, for preparing these drawings here. They did a great job of getting to this so quickly for us. So that's good quality topsoil, not something you'd want to use for fill to develop the site, but instead fill in low spots and develop the top portion of any fields. So there's a lot of fill that's available and a lot of fill that's been brought to us already. And that's the update for where we're at today. So if there was any questions, I'd be happy to try my best.
I just have one thing you may want to add, Braden.
Sure.
So in addition to the big piles we've had, they've done 6 extra acres.
That's right. So,
and how many did the first 2 big piles cover?
The first 2 big piles covered just enough for that extent of the site. I'm going to hazard a guess and say 11 acres was so just a little bit bigger than the site that was leased. In addition to that, and factoring in that a little extra, when we had it surveyed last Friday, it was coming up at 5. There's roughly 6 acres of additional fill at grade that have been hauled and spread at the site by AK Soccer. Yeah.
And moving along and using some of their fill that they're bringing in for the RM. So going beyond their property and bringing in fill for us.
So if you're looking at the site plan in front of you, the fill has been dumped south of this site plan to fill out the additional 80 acre area. So right now we're focusing on the 20 acre, we'll call it the easterly quarter portion of that 80 acre development. The south property line was marked out by Public Works. Fill will be spread up to that point and then going west afterwards. Yes.
How much money has AK Soccer put into this already?
I couldn't give you a rough figure, but it's large.
I'm thinking
in terms of sod, at least 300,000 to
Total on the project, I would think maybe either at 550 to 600,000 is my guess. Invested in the community, in their business, and in the community.
That's a good point.
With this additional, I guess this is, like you said, it's not fill, it's just topsoil, so this isn't gonna change our initial, we were looking at doing, what was it, the 3 Mayfield? We discussed something.
Well, I'm confident, confident that the direction we're going in now that we'll be able to meet obligations to run soccer for the RM at some point in the near future. So we're on track with a potential airport ending soccer at their site. We're on track to be able to do it at our site to at least match what they have in the airport right now for size. I'm confident in that.
And based on the fill we've received, we should have suitable amount of room for fields to be developed. We just need to come up with a plan for what that looks like.
Great, thank you.
So you probably can't answer this one, but you had talked about the sewer being forecasting the amount of sewer would be needed there. Same thing with hydro, like the hydro that AKs bring in is sufficient for them. Like, has there been any looked, and I know we don't have no idea what's going there, but would we be looking at maybe putting in a larger service, like bringing in, it costs money to bring in service, so you bring it into a 200 amp service, 400, 600,000 amp service, whatever. And he's only gonna be using so much power. It's still metered separate services and that, at least that power from the road is brought in and it would be cost shared by us to bring in that extra power. Has that been looked at?
Through a partnership with AK, absolutely, right?
Power.
Leveraging hydro and utilities for power, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So we would make best efforts to work on that partnership with them, of course, right? We've been in constant conversation with the group and trying to flourish that triple P partnership, right? Public-private.
Yeah, because like he's gonna bring in power for himself, but there's no use us spending, because it costs way more to bring
To do additional.
3, 4
yeah.
systems in and all one at a time that we can all draw off of.
And the intent is to keep it all underground for
Right.
visual as well.
And even if we be responsible for 80% of that cost, now it's still way cheaper than it would be years down the road.
Correct. Yeah, it's difficult to say, you know, I'm sure we'll need lights there in the future, other kinds of power.
Buildings, it doesn't hurt.
Doesn't really, whatever it may be.
I was looking into it, thank you, just looking towards the future.
Any other questions by council?
Thank you.
Or Brady, you are, do you have anything else?
No, that's it. No, that's it. Unless there's any other
Just
questions.
one comment, I was on site again this week and I'm gonna arrange for a tour for council to come on site sometime within the next couple of weeks. I'm very satisfied how things are going on site. It's not something that happens overnight and we're doing it over a certain period of time with this private partner. But I was feeling very good about everything when I was on site. This week and last week.
Yeah, I've been going to and from the site many times this past week, yeah, for updates and staying in the loop with contractors, bringing now the fill that was committed to and ongoing fill that's been brought to the site and ongoing discussions with Tony there for managing where it's all being placed again. So it's been very easy to work with for spreading the piles and staying focused on the project.
And I'd just like to give kudos to him that when I was on site, he was pushing the clay material and not topsoil, but good fill. And he was pushing it onto RM site in anticipation because he had a deal going with a contractor. And he was not just stopping on his site. He told the guy to keep bringing it in. And he actually had machinery doing it for a future RM, right? So bringing in fill and then we had another situation where we're out there and polling different groups in that, and we've had another contact. Braden has had another contact with someone that has a job and may be able to bring fill in for us, lots of fill, and a partnership there that would be really good opportunity for the RM. So we're bringing in fill, and I think we're just gonna keep doing it. Cause that whole 80 acres has to come up. And, we're gonna get it known out there with all the contractors that if you have fill, we'll take it if it's clean and we make sure that it's good solid fill. And in this case, this is coming out of the city of Winnipeg right now.
And I can speak to that. Yeah, we just got an email, Public Works earlier today. A contractor has fill and they have a geotechnical report of the soil conditions to verify that it's clean fill and they need it to go somewhere. And they said, do you want it? Right? Of course, there's no cost for the material or the cartage. They have asked for potential cost sharing for the equipment to spread it. But again, having just that cost sharing to spread our own at cost, we've done that before to try and level the fields. And it really got us nowhere for 16 machine hours. So to have a partnership that we can leverage 50% is quite good.
This is all a great benefit for the RM. Thank you both for all the work and thanks for the report. 14.2 St. Andrews Municipal Office Garden Project, Eastern Lake Watershed District funded. Lisa, will you be speaking to this? Everything's attached.
Yeah, I just wanted to give everybody an update. I know when we've been working on this for a while, doing the landscaping in the front, and council suggested that it be naturalized. So we have gone through those. Council also suggested last year that we apply for funding. So I'm happy to report that we did get some financial assistance from the Eastern Interlake Watershed District. So we got an amount of $5,400 towards our project. The project will be started in mid-August and should take about a week and a half, 2 weeks to complete.
Well, looking at the photo attached, the example is beautiful.
Yep, looks fantastic.
Yep. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, new business, July special council meeting to approve accounts. There's no resolution attached on here. I'm assuming it's to come up with a date. It'll be a Zoom meeting like it's, and we now resume.
You gotta pick a date, I'm good anytime.
Is Lisa, are you picking a day or am I picking?
Well, it's gonna have to be the fourth week again, I would assume. So it's really what day is going to work for council members.
Well, with July, we always do checks every 2 weeks, so normally the next council meeting would be July 22nd, the Tuesday. So is the Tuesday okay with everybody?
Good.
Because some of the checks have deadlines too, so July 22nd. Would be a Zoom.
Zoom at lunch.
Send out a notice.
Okay, July 22nd. Next item, cost shared funding agreement with MTI, the transportation. Is anyone speaking to this? It's basically, it was for me to sign the agreement or somebody signing the agreement, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I can just tell you quickly though, what has to do with the trails and the improvements at the intersections to put in lighting and crosswalks and all those things. So they've been working with MTI, and MTI has committed to $100,000 maximum towards that infrastructure, lighting and signaling.
Is that on top of the $1.3 million grant?
No, this is different. This is actually the trails going down number 9. So it doesn't have to do with the 44. It is impacting the intersection at 44, but that's separate. This has to do with the trails.
So highways is doing 100,000 and we have to put money into that? No.
We've already gotten the grant money. Teresa's gotten, through the years to put in all of this infrastructure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Is there a resolution? Oh, yes. Be it resolved that the signing authorities for the Arm of St. Andrews be authorized to sign the funding agreement with the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Mondor, seconded by Councillor Doornbos, all in favor? Unanimous, that is carried. We have no in camera. Be resolved that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:52 PM. Could I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor Moretti, seconder. Councillor Petercorn, all in favor? Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.